Alright, welcome back to another Assassin's Creed 2 stream. Today with the second stream of our Ennio 2023 Stealth and All Mission Challenge. And yeah, we're gonna continue with the kind of like beginning sequence of the game. We haven't really played too far into the main story. And yeah, today we're gonna really get to a point where Ezio finds a way, or finds a reason I guess, to go on the path that puts him on becoming an assassin. And yeah, while actually watching my last stream session, I noticed that I actually got detected once and didn't track it. Which happened during one of the Proria missions, I think, that I had for our father. Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate because I was actually in the middle of like talking about something, and it's kind of like more of an open world exploration mission, you know, where you have to go somewhere but you can do other stuff in between. So I didn't actually realize in that moment that I was like doing a mission and thought I was doing like open world exploration. And some of the guys that actually are looking to beat us up because of what we've done with Christina. So they're actually like aggressive towards us. And yeah, they seem to have detected me once, which I didn't realize, so I'm gonna count it because it did happen during a mission. And that's gonna be our first official detection for the game. But yeah, let's go back into this. I'm actually super excited to play more of this. I've been craving it for the entire day yesterday. And yeah, I think before I actually go ahead and continue with the main story, I do want to take care of a couple side activities we have available. Because once the next kind of like main stories happen, anything happens kind of like back to back for a good while. And we won't really come back to Florence either. For at least a little bit. So I want to take care of a few things now. And really kind of like extend that phase of the game where Ezio's like still with his family, you know. Doing his regular everyday life. I think I might have already done most of what we could do. Let's have a look over here, see where the enemy's war kind of like ends. So this is where the simulation ends pretty much. Which means we have actually done anything we can do. Now technically I could collect this codex page. However, I don't want to start doing that until we get to a point of the main story where it makes sense to, you know, collect them. So I guess we can do main story. Because we've done all the races, all of the beat-up missions that were available. Am I dreaming this? work. Kinda weird, for some reason there is no sound for the chess, like when I come close to one. Okay, never mind. I thought it actually happens from a greater distance. Maybe not. That is home. With a symbol of the Auditore. So if you actually collect all the feathers in the game, then you unlock this kind of like symbol on your assassin cloak. Which in Florence would make you notorious, and in other parts of the map. Because the Auditore are basically a hunted family, right? So representing who you are means that you are being hunted. Which is kind of like an interesting statement from like a story perspective. But as a gameplay mechanic it kind of sucks, because obviously it just makes the game even harder. But honestly I do like it, because in a way you could treat it as like also a way to do like a stealth kind of like challenge, right? Like trying to you know, get past enemies while having you know, the cloak enabled. The only problem there is you can't actually play missions. And you don't unlock the cloak until very late in the game, once you unlock like all parts of every kind of like region. So yeah, it takes a long time to actually go ahead and collect the cloak. Hey, the Maxi. High precision getter. I hope it's a high precision day for you. And there's gonna be a lot of...
Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
And yeah, doing pretty good. Having a nice day so far. I'm looking forward to play more of this game. I've been really craving it, to be honest. Can't wait to actually dive into the side stuff as well, you know, with like the assassin tombs and all of that. Indeed it is, yesterday as well, as you finished the Unity DLC. Ah, did you? Nice. Damn, I actually missed you going online. Would have loved to see Matt, but I hope you had a good time with Dead Kings. That's a DLC I really enjoyed. There's lots of cool ideas in it, and I really like the storyline with Leon. Also like seeing Arno at kind of that point in his life, you know, and kind of like getting hope again through the kid, I guess, was really nice. Yeah, that's true. The raiders, you know, throwing rocks, definitely annoying. I don't know if you unlocked the sword that kind of like creates these kind of like flashes around you. But that's a really powerful weapon against these guys.
Ezio, come in, son. I need these packages delivered to associates of mine in the city. I also need you to retrieve a message for me from a pigeon coop not too far from here.
Va bene. I'll get it done.
Come back here when you're finished. There are some things we need to discuss. And please, my son, stay out of trouble. Hmm?
Special delivery. Deliver 2 letters and retrieve a third from the pigeon coop for Giovanni. Then return to him. Giovanni has received this letter. It would be wrong to open it. You don't think so? You have a Sword of Eden? I gotcha. So there's a sword, another Sword of Eden, so to say, that you can unlock in the Dead King's DLC by doing all of the kind of like riddles. And yeah, that's like probably the most powerful weapon in the game, because it kind of like stuns everyone around you, every couple like hits that you inflict, which is insane. That music is so good.
You Giovanni's kid?
No, idiota. He just happens to look exactly like the man.
Give it here. Don't worry, boy. We're not contagious. Least I'm not.
I have no idea what he's talking about. I gotcha, Maxi. That's definitely fair. Always good to just do the story like back to back sometimes. Especially with a DLC like that, you know. Oh. Pfeffer.
Here, over here. I have a delivery from...
Giovanni Auditore?
Yes.
Were you followed?
No. Why would I be followed?
Give me the package. Tell your father that they're moving tonight. He should as well.
Who's moving? What's going on here? Wait! Come back! Explain yourself!
Yeah. If only Ezio knew. What's going on here? Yeah, you gotta love all the feathers. Everybody's favorite activity in this game. I should actually utilize the stream marker kind of like thing, because I do want to kind of like track when I'm starting a mission and when it's like finished, because it makes it easier for me to kind of like create chapters on YouTube. I do wanna, yeah, I have the ability to create a stream marker with my stream deck. Okay, cool. I'm gonna try to remember to embed it a bit more often. If Remaster AC want to make the flex a trophy, then you're gonna pull your hair out. Yeah, I feel like they should be aware enough to not either make a trophy for it or just remove them completely and replace them with like a collectible that's actually useful. Right, Afro. Yeah, there's some extra channels on YouTube who do videos of Ezio just standing on rooftop and then having like the day pass, listening to the ambient music and like environments. Kind of also to showcase like the game progression, like with daylight and nighttime. Kinda cool how they put Auditore on top of the you know, door here.
Father? Federico!
Serezio! Thank God!
What happened? Where is everyone?
They took your father and brothers to the Palazzo della Signoria, to prison.
And my mother? My sister?
Ezio.
Claudia? Are you alright?
Yes, but Mother... She's in shock. When she resisted...
It's not safe here. Is there some place you can take them?
Yes, to my sisters.
Good, do that. In the meantime, I'll go see my father.
Be careful, Messer Ezio. The guards were looking for you as well.
Jailbird. Reach Giovanni's cell at the top of the Palazzo della Signoria and find out why he has been imprisoned. Yeah, Afro, I've been having a cold and been sick for a couple days now. Definitely been going better, but yeah, it's still affecting my voice quite a bit.
Well, now...
That's a cool shot of Ezio. Yeah, you could make that like an emote or something. Determined Ezio. I kind of like these moments I see too, where the game is kind of like freezing on a specific shot before you can start the mission. And there was kind of like a cold opening, you know, before the mission is actually like accepted by the player. But you also have the option to still like decline the mission in case you kind of like realized, okay, yeah, maybe I don't want to do this kind of like point of a story yet. I do wish that more of the games would kind of like do it like that. Yeah, that's true. And the other thing is also it's a bit tricky to do it like stealthily, avoiding all of the guards. So it can be tricky. Thanks, Maxi. Yeah, I do hope so. But yeah, now it seems like Levi also has caught it. Because she's been having also some issues with nasal congestion and then sore throat as well. So hopefully she also gets to be fit in time. Because tomorrow we want to actually, you know, start our trip. So it's not the best of timing to get sick right now. So that's one way you can do it, kind of like side eject over here. And I believe you can climb up there. Ah yeah, that's how I can get up here without kind of like running into the guards too much. Now there's one over here which we have to try to avoid as best as possible. Yeah, let's have a look if this guy is kind of like looking around. Do I have a night nurse there? Is that like a product, or how do you mean? Oh. I think that guy didn't see us. Ah, okay. I never heard of it, to be honest. But, yeah, we definitely have, you know, some things to help us get some relief for that.
Ezio. Father, what's happened?
Took a bit of a beating, but I'm alright. What of your mother and sister?
Safe now.
Annetta took them.
Yes. Wait. You knew this would happen?
Not the way it did, and not this soon. Doesn't matter now.
What do you mean? Explain!
There's no time. Listen closely. Return to the house. In my office is a hidden door. Use your talent to find it. Beyond lies a chest. Take everything you find inside. Much of it may seem strange to you, but all of it is important. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good. Among the contents is a letter, and with it some documents. I need you to take these documents to Mr. Roberto. He was with me in the office this morning.
The Gonfaloniere, I remember. Now please, tell me what's happening. Are the Pazzi behind this? There was a note for you at the pigeon. It said, "Go, Ezio. Go now."
Yeah. And there you go. Giovanni's imprisoned. And there's nothing he can do about it, really. It's on the hand of Ezio now, and of Roberto Alberti, who unfortunately has other plans.
Only Baldassare the tailor can make you the object of every citizen's envy. Come around the shop, see for yourselves the wonders a true artist can achieve.
Family Heirloom. Recover Giovanni's documents and deliver them to Alberto Alberti.
Father said there was a door here.
So Ezio already naturally developed the ability of eagle vision, which means we now have a way to uncover like secret doorways or special targets.
to bring this to Messer Roberto.
Yeah, such a great scene, you know. How Ezio puts out the, you know, iconic costume. Not even knowing exactly what it stands for, you know, but he knows he has to do something to follow in his father's footsteps and to deliver him from, you know, what's currently happening to the family. Really taking on that responsibility. Also taking on the suit, you know. Went together with the awesome theme of Ezio's family, you know. Which eventually became kind of like the theme for the entire series. It's just such a powerful moment. I'm not really sure if I would say it's the beginning of a wonderful journey, considering the path of revenge and blood that Ezio goes on. But it's definitely a journey that has wonderful moments, you know. But it's quite sad, actually, what Ezio has to do and what's being forced upon him. Like he says, you know, it's not a life that I chose. It chose me.
Traditore! Hey, what's with the swords? Aren't you supposed to arrest me?
No.
What you wanted?
For you to die.
Well, that's not going to happen. So why don't we explore other options?
There are no other options.
Non amo che mi si faccia aspettare.
Die!
Just wanna see if there's more like optional dialogue before we carry on.
Come, let me send you to hell.
But apart from taunts, I don't think so.
It's a fight, Fesso. Try fighting for a change.
Let's test this metal with the capo conture.
Yeah, that's true. He definitely lived his life to the fullest in lots of ways, you know. I think it's really good that he also got to live like another side of his life that was more peaceful and had kind of like a new beginning. Oh, okay, never mind. This seems to be a forced detection because there was no way they would have detected me otherwise, right? They were like behind a wall, kind of like ambushing us. So I'm not gonna count this as a detection because they were definitely forced on us. Sometimes the game will kind of just throw enemies at you, right? They're kind of like meant to start a conflict.
Ezio Auditore? What are you doing here at this hour?
I don't...
Wait, child. Take a breath. Collect your thoughts.
My father and brothers have been imprisoned. I was told to bring you this.
Ah. I see now. It's a misunderstanding, Ezio. I'll clear everything up.
How?
The documents you've given me contain evidence of a conspiracy against your family and against the city. I'll present these papers at their hearing in the morning, and they'll be released.
Thank you, Signore.
Of course, my child. Do you need a place to stay? You're more than welcome here.
No, grazie. I'll meet you at the piazza.
Don't worry, Ezio. Everything is going to be fine.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it? Like, if Ezio would have accepted the invitation to stay there, he wouldn't have survived, you know? And we wouldn't have this kind of like, you know, trilogy with Ezio. He would be dead. So we also received a broken hidden blade because as we have seen in Assassin's Creed Lineage, that you know, while Giovanni was fighting Rodrigo Borgia and his men, one of them actually attacked his kind of like wrist, and that broke the hidden blade and made it be thrown away. Which means you have a bracer, but part of the metal is kind of like missing. Or at least it's like disconnected. And we also received our first codex page, which might actually be deciphered. Let's have a look. So similar to last time, I'm gonna read the codex pages in the order that we find them. And that will kind of like ensure it's always like fitting to whatever is happening in the story. Especially when it comes to the inventions. Ah yeah, so this is basically the codex page for how to repair the hidden blade. And how the mechanic kind of works behind it. Yeah, sure, it's gonna be fine. Did Giovanni have to have his ring finger cut off for the hidden blade? I don't think so. Since in the codex pages it does say that I think it's even this codex page right here that we're currently looking at, that it says that it has been modified in a way where the ring finger kind of like sacrifice isn't necessary anymore. So I think it's exactly this codex page that talks about it once you get it deciphered by Leonardo. But I guess the question is, did Giovanni actually decipher this codex page? I know he did, you know, decode some of them. But apparently he didn't decode it like on the codex page itself, which would make sense, I guess. But yeah, Altair did stop that practice, among others, when he became mentor of the Brotherhood. It was basically against it just being a ritual, you know, like if I can find a way not to sacrifice the ring finger, then they should probably go for it, you know. So it went for like a more humane approach. Same for other stuff, you know, like often the people Masyaf who were assassins actually did some form of like breeding, right? Where powerful assassins kind of like had kids with each other to ensure a strong bloodline. But often those kids were also like away from their parents for most of their life. And didn't really get to develop like a personal relationship, which is kind of what happened with Altair and his parents. So what he basically advocated for was that they would allow love, you know. Worked exactly against that, allow parents to live with their childs and for them to have like a, you know, proper childhood. Not being inducted into the Brotherhood at an early age either. And all of it being more like a free decision. Because yeah, under Al-Mualim, you know, the Brotherhood was quite extreme in how they operated. Yeah, that's true. Like different Brotherhoods definitely had different kind of like practices, which makes sense, you know, like what Altair kind of like changed in the Brotherhood was kind of like translated via the Codex, but only very few had access to the Codex. So not every Brotherhood went for these practices that Altair kind of like created. And we can even see during this time of history, roughly when, you know, the Assassin's Creed movie is taking place in the Spanish Inquisition, that they still remove ring finger. So it's still following that tradition. Yeah, no worries. Always happy to explain that kind of stuff. Last man standing. Attend the acquittal of Petruccio, Giovanni, and Federico.
Have led to this draconian measure, which will persist until satisfaction is received. The citizens of Pisa have held the mass demonstration.
Giovanni Auditore, you and your accomplices stand accused of the crime of treason. Have you any evidence to counter this charge?
Yes, the documents that were delivered to you last night.
I'm afraid I know nothing of these documents.
He's lying! Need to get closer.
In the absence of any compelling evidence to the contrary, I am bound to pronounce you guilty. You and your collaborators are hereby sentenced to death.
You are the traitor, Roberto, and one of them. You may take our lives this day, but we will have yours in return, I swear! We will!
Father!
There! Grab the boy! He's one of them!
I'll kill you for what you've done!
Guards! Arrest him! Abatetelo.
Better run, boy. And fast.
Now! You are the
Requiescat in pace.
I've got a little request for you. I've identified several strange markings that I've discovered right across Renaissance Italy. Now, I don't know what they're doing there, but I want you to help me find out. Rebecca has marked their general location in the database with an eye icon, and she's made them glow as well. Keep an eye out.
Serezio, thank God. I've been looking everywhere for you.
I couldn't stop them, Annetta. I tried, I swear. But there were so many guards.
Please, come with me. We need to get you off the streets.
What of my mother and sister?
They're safe. I'll bring you to them.
No. It's too dangerous for us to travel together. Tell me where to go and I'll meet you there.
My sister's house. Just north of the Duomo.
I'm on my way.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Petruccio, Giovanni, and Federico. And yeah, Ezio would have been killed the same way, you know, if they got hold of him. So he was lucky in a really really shitty situation. But yeah, his brothers and his father didn't make it. All because Umberto Alberti, someone thought a friend of the family, had own motives to kill the Auditore family. Annetta. The Auditore families live in Servant. Annetta had one of the few respectable jobs allowed lower-class Renaissance women. Rich families seldom had more than 1 or 2 servants. Most were young, sometimes children. Many hoped their masters would help raise their standing, but usually turnover was rapid. Ultimately, very little is known about Annetta's life. She passed on without making a mark on history. Like most of us do. Now, as you can see, the entire palazzo of the Auditore family is completely guarded. There's no way for us to really get inside anymore. So really fast, there's no way or reason to stay in Firenze anymore. We have to escape. As you can see now on the top left, we also have full notoriety, which is the first time in the game that kind of like happens. And it means with full notoriety that guards will immediately attack you on sight, essentially. And it would take much faster for them to recognize you as well. It also creates this kind of like music loop that kind of like allows all the other ambient music not to play anymore. It kind of like overrides any other ambient music. Which gives you another, you know, kind of like reason to get rid of it. So the La Rosa Cota is actually one of those locations that has a glyph. As you can see with the symbol, there's like an eye symbol next to it. Which means we have to scan with the Eagle Vision. And yeah, as part of this playthrough, we're gonna be finding all of the glyph puzzles as well.
Wait, that's not possible. This can't be. Hold on. That's computer code. Let me compile it. Oh shit, it's an encrypted file.
Upload it to my computer. I'm a master at decryption.
Yeah, I can't. It's only compatible with the Animus itself.
Upload it to Desmond then. I can't believe this.
Hello, this is... They call me Subject 16. Listen, I don't have much time. There's something I have to show you. We have been lied to this whole time. Everything we know, everything we've been brought up to believe, it's wrong. Okay, I've uploaded the evidence, the file that proves it all. But I've split it into 20 pieces and locked each with a code. Can't be too careful. Queen Isabella. No, not her. What century is it? Never mind. I've hidden the code to the first file inside this program. Find it. Find them all. And along the way, you'll begin to see the truth.
What the heck? How did this get inside our Animus?
Oh, the memory core. We transferred 16's memory data from Abstergo into the Animus 2.0. He must have hacked the machine when Vidic left him alone between sessions.
Oh, hold on, wait a second. The signs on the walls in Abstergo, the ones written in blood, those were clues. He was telling us to look for them inside the Animus.
In the beginning. 5 of these mythic scenes share a core similarity. Pick them out and you will begin to see. So through the anime sessions that Clay had, you know, he basically has seen all different parts of history. And he made connections between mythology and real-world events. That kind of like aligns with the ESO times, you know, the ones who came before. And it's kind of like to showcase different pieces of Eden, but also different historical events that are actually connected. So we have Cupid and Psyche, Diana and Callisto, the Four with Adam and Eve and the snake who's seducing them to take one of the apples of Eden, the birth of Venus, Hercules in the garden of the Hesperides, Atalanta and Hippomenes, the judgment of Paris, and the triumph of Bacchus. We also have Idun and the apples, and Mercury, Herse, and Aglaurus. Hey there, Dennis. Welcome in. I'm playing this game solely for how good it is. Yeah, it's actually my favorite game of all time. Absolutely love it. And the story, the characters, the gameplay. And yeah, I'm playing on PC. Thanks for the follow. So what we're looking for is something that has like a core shape. And obviously apples have been like a big part of this puzzle. So we have Adam and Eve. We have the garden of Hesperides. We have Atalanta carrying an apple in her hand. We have a judgment of Paris with another core. And we have Idun and the apples receiving an apple. And yeah, that unlocks the first part of a truth. So that's kind of like a 20-piece puzzle where we have to unlock like one segment of a video file. back to back. That's like the only thing that we have seen so far. The two people seemingly naked, running in like a futuristic environment, it seems. Ah, very nice. So I reckon you're playing on PS5 then?
I think we have the wrong building.
No. No, this is it.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Messer Ezio. Annetta speaks quite highly of you. I can see why.
I appreciate the kind words, Madonna.
Ti prego, call me Paola.
Thank you for offering your home to my family, Paola.
It was the least I could do. You must be tired. Perhaps you'd...
No, grazie. I can't stay.
Why? Where are you going?
To kill Uberto Alberti.
I understand your desire for vengeance, but the Gonfaloniere is a powerful man. You are not a killer, Ezio.
Spare me the lecture.
But I can make you one.
And why are you going to teach me how to kill?
I'm not. I'm going to teach you how to survive. Come.
Fitting in. Learn the ways of the courtesans.
Discretion is paramount in my profession.
Courtesans. Prostitution was one of the most popular occupations for Renaissance women, whose only other options in most cases were staying with their families or living in a convent. Italian society supported prostitution, and many brothels were regulated by the government. At the end of the 50th century, cities started to pass laws against prostitution, forcing courtesans to wear specific outfits and separating them from respected society. Kind of interesting how it was like a respected business, and then because of like laws in a much later time in history, it got like made illegal. But yeah, I guess it's called the oldest profession for a reason.
Walk the streets freely, seen but unseen. You too must learn to blend like us, and become one with the city's crowds. My girls will show you how. You can practice with me anytime.
Of our first social stealth mission. Paola, the Madame of La Rosa Corta. There isn't much information about Paola in the history books, but the Florentine archives reveal that she was orphaned at the age of 8 when her parents were killed at sea. Left with a choice between joining a nunnery and prostitution, she began a life on the streets. At 16 she vanishes from the records, only to reappear at the age of 20 when she was arrested for murdering a city guard. On an interesting note, Giovanni Auditore represented her in court, winning the case on a self-defense plea. Released from prison, Paola went on to start her own brothel to protect many other unfortunate women of her street. Yeah, definitely quite the interesting, background here. That, like losing her parents and basically starting a life on the street, at the age of 8. Which is kind of like insane, like being so young and having to care for yourself. Plus, choosing the business of prostitution.
mercenary, I suppose.
That's a funny getup. Another condottiere.
I do really like how you kind of like become part of society by blending with all kinds of like environments. Whereas in AC1 you only had the option to, you know, cover yourself with other priests, because you wore robes that were like very similar looking.
Bene. Now that you've learned to blend, I'll show you how to use it for more than just moving around. Let's teach you how to steal.
And with Ezio's outfit, of course, even though it looks very assassiny, it does have kind of like typical Renaissance, you know, themes about it. It looks more like the clothes of like, you know, somebody who's very much upper class, I guess, during this time. So it does fit like both the purpose of being discreet and being part of like society.
Thief! Thief! Once you've stolen from someone, Ezio, you mustn't linger.
Help! Somebody stop him!
Been stolen.
Rob, you must have been just now. Where are you hiding, Furfante?
I'm not hiding anywhere.
Let go!
Oh, he just asked me to let go, didn't he?
Whatever I did to deserve this punishment, I'm sorry. I did not do anything wrong, did I? Spare me.
You can go now, girls.
Oh, do we have to? So innocent. He's cute.
Now that you have learned how to approach the enemy, we need to find you a suitable weapon.
What would you have me use?
Ah, but you already have the answer.
Hey, my father's blade and bracer. How did you get them?
By using the same skills I've just taught you.
It's not exactly in working condition.
I assume you're familiar with Leonardo da Vinci.
See, but how does a painter factor into this?
He's far more than that. Bring him the pieces. You'll see.
Before I go, one last question, if I may.
Of course.
Why have you given your aid so readily to me, a stranger?
I too know betrayal.
Ace up my sleeve. Visit Leonardo da Vinci at his workshop to see if he can repair Giovanni's blade. So it's really interesting, but Paola is actually the first assassin who's actively helping Ezio, you know, survive. But it makes sense because she was also quite close to Giovanni, as we learn about, you know, like she's the reason, or Giovanni is the reason rather, that, you know, she survived. And most likely he also recruited her to become part of the assassins. Made a huge error. Someone called Giannani, emailed you, and you called them Giovanni. It's fine. You are thinking too much of Assassin's Creed 2, it seems. I wonder why.
Prices so low, you won't believe your eye. Just take a look.
Hey there, Moneyman. Welcome in. Yeah, I mean, I love music as well. Especially in this game, it's absolutely fantastic.
Oh, Ezio Auditore! I didn't expect to see you again. What with all that's happened. Ah, where are my manners? Welcome back. Now, how can I be of service?
I was hoping you could repair something of mine.
Of course! Come, this way! Che pasticcio. Tutto santo giorno che cerco. Let me clear a space. Alright, let's see it. Fascinating. I don't know, Ezio. Despite its age, the construction is rather advanced. I've never seen anything quite like it. I'm afraid there's not much I can do without the original plans. Mi dispiace. Wait.
What are you doing?
The contents of this page are encrypted, but if my theory is correct, based on these sketches, it may very well...
It may very well what?
Please, sit.
Leonardo,
Shh. Remarkable. If we transpose the letters and then select every third... There! It's finished!
Huh? What's finished?
The blade. I managed to decode that parchment of yours. It showed me exactly what to do. Now all that's left is to remove your ring finger.
Really?
I'm sorry, but this is how it must be done. The blade is designed to ensure the commitment of whoever wields it.
Bene. Do it quickly.
I was only having fun, Ezio. Though the blade once required a sacrifice, it's been modified.
Assassino!
Incredible.
Yes, it is. Tell me, do you have other pages like this?
I'm sorry, only the one.
Listen, if you ever do happen across another one of these, please, bring it to me.
You have my word. And thank you for fixing this.
By order of the Florentine Guard! Open this door!
Just a moment. Wait here.
Are you Leonardo da Vinci?
Si. How may I be of service?
I need you to answer some questions.
Certainly. What seems to be the trouble?
A witness claims to have seen you consorting with an enemy of the city.
What? Me? Consorting? Preposterous.
When was the last time you saw or spoke with Ezio Auditore?
Who?
Non fare il finto tonto! We know you were close with the family. Perhaps this will help to clear your head. Ready to talk? What about now? Had enough yet?
Grazie, Ezio.
Sorry about that.
I've grown accustomed to their abuses.
What of the body?
Bring it inside and put it with the others.
Others?
The city gives them to me for research.
For research. Yeah, a couple dead bodies. Two of them what you will. Ava Harbinger, welcome in. Yeah, it's so funny how Leonardo is like trolling Ezio here. I think it was a really cool idea to have somebody resembling Q from James Bond, you know, some kind of like a scientist type who's developing all of these different tools for you as a protagonist. And I mean, if there's a perfect choice, it's definitely Leonardo da Vinci.
Over there.
Kinda cool that you can see all of these different sketches of Leonardo. What's also gonna be cool is that this place will actually transform a little bit. And it will definitely look a bit fancier in Venezia when he's kind of like moving there.
See? Like it never happened.
Thank you, Leonardo. For everything.
Anytime. And remember, if you find more of those strange pages, bring them to me. Should they contain new designs, I will upgrade your blade as well.
Of course. Now, I really should be getting back to Paola.
Porgile I miei omaggi.
That body flip. Got a lot of no sync bugs. Hidden blade acquired. Oh shoot. A good thing we're not in a mission right now. There's a feather. Now whenever I see a feather, I do want to go and collect it, even if it's further away. Because I want to collect all of them essentially. And the earlier we do that, the better. Because there's gonna be a lot of them. Fortunately, it's much less than AC1 with flags. Plus you can track them in their location. There's another one. Via the database essentially. So you always know exactly where in which district of a city you have to look.
Oh, that is impressive.
You were gone for quite a while.
Leonardo likes to talk.
That he does. But I trust he did more than talk. Impressive.
I'm rather fond of it myself.
I've given you the skills. Leonardo's given you the blade. All that remains is the deed.
Where can I find Uberto?
According to my girls, he'll be attending an unveiling tonight of Verrocchio's latest work. It will be held at the Santa Croce cloister.
Watch over my mother and sister while I'm away.
Of course, Ezio. As if they were my own.
Judge, jury, executioner. Visit Viaggio at Santa Croce and find Uberto and exact revenge.
Uberto Alberti, trusted friend of the Arrivederci family. According to the history books, this guy was a saint. He prosecuted murderers, rapists, the worst criminals. One of the best lawyers in Italy, he won every case, in spite of the fact that he was self-taught. Now, I found a back door into the Templars' database server. I've been combing it for some kind of smoking gun. I found it. Apparently, Uberto's family was evicted by the Medici Bank. Uberto's been aching for revenge ever since. And the Templars promised him support. Ezio's father was standing in the way, and Uberto was jealous of his influence over the Florentine government. Two birds with one stone, isn't it? It looks like Uberto used his election to the Signoria as his opportunity to strike.
Yeah. But now you know how he came into position to execute the Auditore. We're also gonna get a letter from him once we kill him. It will dive deeper into his motives for why he has betrayed his, you know, his friends, essentially.
Again with this?
You have overstepped your bounds, Uberto.
Who are you to speak of bounds? You, who have crowned yourself Lorenzo di Medici, Principe of Firenze.
I've done no such thing.
Of course not. Ever innocent. How convenient. At least now, we see how far your reach extends, which is to say, nowhere at all. It has proved a valuable lesson for me and my allies.
Yes. Your allies, the Pazzi. Is that what this is about?
Be careful with your words, Lorenzo. You might attract the wrong sort of attention.
That's true, Harbinger. Yeah, we're still early in the game. So, still in kind of like the tutorial stage of the game. We're also gonna be witnessing the origin of Assassino very soon. As you can see, it's quite well guarded here. I'm gonna try to use a group of courtesans to get inside.
Isn't that illegal? Not my problem.
Take a little time, a little point. I've got you. Help me out. Feast my eyes apart. Just
To you as well. I trust you're enjoying yourselves.
Indeed. A nice distraction from that nasty business with the Auditore family.
And to think I once thought of Giovanni as a brother.
Don't blame yourself. How could you have known what he was?
I say we strike that traitor's name from the record books. Let history forget he ever even existed.
Yes, I should. If you'll excuse me for a minute.
Uberto, a moment of your time?
Anything for you, Beatrice.
So, tell us, how does it feel to be a hero?
Please, I am no such thing. As Gonfaloniere, it is my duty to ensure that the city of Firenze remains a shining beacon of justice. Corruption and its ilk shall find no purchase here so long as I am in control.
You are a treasure, Uberto. I hope Lorenzo recognizes that.
Yes, our great leader, Lorenzo. I'll see you ladies later.
Ah, Uberto, there you are. I was just telling the others about the execution.
I mean, no offense, but what if they did not act alone?
You can rest easy, friends. I am confident that this treachery began and ended with the Auditore family.
What of the other son? Ezio, was it?
The child poses no danger. Soft hands and an even softer head. He'll be caught and executed before the week is out.
Oh, don't let us keep you, Berto. We just wanted to say hello.
Evening to you, Gonfaloniere.
Is everything to your satisfaction?
Do you even need to ask? Of course.
Accept our thanks for this evening and for helping to keep Firenze safe. I always had my doubts about the Auditore. Where did the family even come from? To gain such wealth and prestige in just a single generation.
And the children with the odd names, always making trouble.
No surprise given the company their father kept. Whores and thieves, I swear it.
Indeed. It is clear now he sought to undermine the city, to overturn all we've worked so hard to build.
But thanks to you, that's over.
I'm gonna wait a couple more seconds to see if there's more dialogue, because we wanna trigger all the optional dialogue in the game as possible. But I do think that's all the dialogues that we can witness here between everyone, you know, that behaved like they were on Auditoro's side until they weren't, because it wasn't politically acceptable anymore. Now it's time to finish this.
You! You would have done the same to save the ones you love.
Yes, I would. And I have. The Auditori are not dead! I'm still here! Me! Ezio! Ezio Auditore!
Assassino! Assassino!
Jesus. I had the bug happening with my controller, where it was like double tapping A. Because sometimes when I hold A button on my controller, it recognizes it as a double tap. So I did like a manual jump. Oh dear.
Whatever this is about, leave me out of it now!
That wasn't good. Okay, let's have a look at this letter that we have received. But yeah, that's our first kill. First life Ezio ever has taken. And it was of course motivated by pure revenge. Which is kind of like the path that they set him on. Hey the hippie. Indeed, yeah. Yeah, we finished AC1 the other day, so now we're on to AC2, doing a stealth and all mission challenge as well. I don't like the fact that he turns around, like how does he know? I think he does know because the other people around have kind of like looked at Ezio as well, right? Like Ezio definitely has drawn attention on him by, you know, walking directly through the crowd. Nice jump, thank you. Yeah, that will happen a couple more times in the Ezio trilogy. Because I still haven't exchanged my controller, which kind of like double taps A sometimes. Which in this game of course is like manual jump. And can definitely screw things over. But yeah, it's fine.
My love, I put these thoughts to paper in the hope that I might one day have the courage to share them with you. In time, you'll no doubt learn that I betrayed Giovanni, labeled him a traitor, and sentenced him to die. History will likely judge this to have been a matter of politics and greed. Know that it was not hate that forced my hand, but fear. when the Medici robbed us of all we owned, I found myself afraid. For you, for our son, for the future. What hope in this world for a man without proper means? They offered me money, land, and title in exchange for my collaboration. And so this is how I came to betray my closest friend. However unspeakable the act, it seemed necessary at the time. And even now, looking back, I see no other way.
So essentially he tells himself that he did it for his family, right? But essentially, you know, he couldn't not have money. And he blames the Medici for robbing him, essentially. So because Giovanni Auditore stood on the side of the Medici, he had to go, essentially. It wasn't even that he had like a personal dispute with the Auditore. He just realized that Giovanni was too big of an ally for the Medici. And he couldn't yet attack the Medici. So he's trying to get rid of the Medici's allies. And especially with Giovanni, you know, being like one of the most dangerous allies, being an assassin and everything. But yeah, he sold his allegiance to the Templars for money, land, and wealth. Oh, some of these jumps. Absolutely amazing.
I think it's best I leave Firenze.
Where will you go?
My uncle Mario owns a villa near Monteriggioni.
You're still a wanted man, Ezio.
What would you have me do then?
I've seen posters all across the district. Tearing them down will help the city forget your face. No doubt the heralds also incite the public. Bribe them, and they'll speak of other things. Or you could hunt those who bear false witness against you. They traded dignity for coin. Their loss would not be mourned. Do any of these things, and you should be free to leave.
Laying low. Reduce your notoriety by removing imposters, bribing a herald, or killing a corrupt official.
I've added a program for tracking notoriety. This little meter will help you know how far you are between notorious and incognito. This will help you know if you should watch your actions. It'll also tell you if the notoriety level is part of Ezio's memory or not.
Oh God. I'm going to leave.
So killing officials is usually the easiest way because it reduces 75% of your notoriety. Whereas posters give you 25% and bribing heralds gives you 50% reduced notoriety. However, bribing heralds actually costs money. However, you can steal the money back afterwards. But that's not ideal because it raises your notoriety just slightly again.
Bentornato, Ezio. Were you successful?
Yes. Madre?
Ezio! Where have you been? They wouldn't let us leave. And Mother, oh, she hasn't spoken a single word since we left the house. Father will need to sort things out. Where is Father? And Federico? And Petruccio? Hmm?
Something's happened.
What do you mean? No.
It's
impossible.
me, Mario!
No, 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 no.
I did everything I could, Piccina. Listen, right now what matters is getting us all someplace safe. But to do that, I need you to stay focused. Do you understand? Good. Will you watch over Mother for me? Then we are ready. Thank you again for everything.
Stay safe, Ezio. Stay vigilant. I suspect the road ahead is yet long.
Arrivederci. Escort Maria and Claudia out of Florence to the Villa Auditore in Monteriggioni.
Stay close.
Interesting how they built an entire game around a meme. It's me, Mario. Yeah, it's definitely funny, that reference. It's definitely one of those references that completely caught me off guard. But I was so glad to learn was in this game.
Don't even think it. The shadows are his element. His nerves are made of steel. He'll gut the guard, then climb their heads. His vengeance they will feel.
All who need aid are welcome here.
Okay, let's use the throwing money ability because it will also get rid of some of the guards for looking at us.
Va
bene.
Va bene. Moneta.
Va bene.
It's kind of difficult finding a walking speed where they don't do these like short running animations, you know. But I guess it kind of works. It's not the fastest way of walking, but it was kind of a bit weird looking when you have like somebody follow you and they're doing like runs every couple seconds.
Gold!
Va bene.
Coins!
Here,
Va
money.
bene.
Easy way.
Gold!
Mi piace. Mi piace.
Gold!
Va bene.
So now we can use the courtesans to distract guards guarding the entrance point here.
All yours. Have fun.
Che poppe! Mi fai impazzire, amore! Ma quanto sei bella!
And that's the last we're gonna see of Firenze for at least a little while. So kinda cool, similar to AC1, you actually have ways to navigate through the kind of like connecting paths of the cities. So in case you're doing a no-hard run, you know, this is quite helpful because you know exactly where to go.
How could this have happened to us?
I don't know.
Will we ever be back?
I don't know.
What will happen to our house?
I don't know.
Were they given a proper burial?
Yes, they were.
Sequence 2 complete. So the whole burial part we don't actually see in this game, however it is actually a memory that we see in Brotherhood. It's part of the Christina memories, where we see Ezio recovering the dead bodies and giving them a burial as well. Toscana, 1476.
We should be close.
Grazie Dio.
Roadside Assistance. Escort Maria and Claudia to the Villa Auditore in Monteriggioni.
Follow my lead.
Great minds think alike, Harbinger. Itsu? It's me. But yeah, I thought it was a really good decision to have those memories be part of Brotherhood.
Buongiorno, Ezio. How could you leave Firenze without saying a proper goodbye?
Ezio!
What do you want, Vieri?
So many things. A larger palazzo, 2 new steeds, a prettier bride. Oh, and yes, your life.
My condolences for the loss of your father and brothers. What will happen now that there's no one left to help you? I have such wonderful things in store for your mother and sister.
Sorry, Mom. Okay, I wanna trigger conflict here, but see if Vieri says more. Doesn't seem wohl.
I grow tired of this game. Finish him, and do not spare the women. What sorcery is this?
Not sorcery, boy. It's a skill. Mario!
Show yourself!
As you wish. Here, use this.
Kill them! Kill them all!
You coward.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
You have my thanks.
Keep the sword, Ezio.
Do I know you from somewhere?
Don't
A
you
letter.
recognize me?
For me?
It's me, Mario!
Uncle Mario?
It's been too long, Nipote. Far too long. I heard what happened in Firenze. Terrible. Come, let's get you all away from here. It's me, Mario!
It's me, Mario. Welcome in, Rod. And thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in everybody from Rod's stream. I hope you had a good rest of it with Shadow of the Tomb Raider. How did it go with your second attempt of doing the no death challenge? Also welcome in Lucinda and Seraph. And yeah, it's going pretty good. We just arrived in Montedigione, as you can see. Met the awesome Uncle Mario. And yeah, just really getting started with our playthrough, you know. Doing some of the side stuff. We did our first Glyph earlier. Collected a couple of feathers. And yeah, just setting everything up for pretty much a completionist run. Because except for the chest, I will be doing pretty much everything in the game. But yeah, having a great time. I've just been really missing this game, to be honest. Been over a year now since I last streamed it. Yeah, the stealth aspect is going pretty well. I haven't been detected today yet. However, when I've been rewatching parts of my last playthrough, kind of like creating chapters and stuff, I did actually realize that I got detected once on my first stream without realizing. It was kind of like one of the career missions where I had to deliver a letter, which is kind of like open world exploration mission, you know. And I was kind of like, I think, talking to you and some others, discussing something, and just walking around aimlessly, and I didn't even realize I got detected. But yeah, it happened during a mission. So yeah, I managed to catch that, and I did add it to the counter list. So yeah, so far we've been detected once, but that's alright, since we haven't been detected today yet. So definitely glad about that so far. But yeah, the challenge in of itself is going really good. I definitely feel like the stealth is definitely more forgiving in this game than it has been in AC1. They're very generous with like detection times of enemies. Yeah, that's true, Afro. Definitely nice to have a minimap again, considering like how many no hard playthroughs I've done so far. Yeah, Hepzibah is such a legend. The bestest of friends and Sannies. Casa, Dolce, Casa. Explore the Villa Auditore with Mario.
So, tell me everything.
They executed father for treason. Federico and Petruccio too. And they came for me.
Do you know why?
I have no answers, Uncle. Only a list of names taken from a man who wished me dead. I still can't believe they are gone.
Don't worry. We will make sense of this.
I wish I shared your optimism.
Come on, keep pace. We're almost there. I think you will find much to like in Monteriggioni.
I thought Monteriggioni was an enemy of Firenze.
For now. Next year will be its friend, the year after its enemy again, and on and on. I cannot keep track, so I have stopped trying. These are honest, hard-working people. Our shops may only carry simple goods, but they're well-made and dependable. There is a chapel here, too. The prete seems a nice enough fellow, but I've never been much of a believer.
Did you know the Villa Auditore is almost 200 years old? It was built by my great-grandfather, a strange man who carried all kinds of secrets. Keep your eyes open, and you might discover a few of them yourself.
Mario Auditore. One of several condottieri patrolling the Tuscan countryside, Mario Auditore played a significant role in the Battle of Anghiari, alerting Micheletto Antendolo to the appearance of several dust clouds over the road which signaled a surprise advance by Milanese troops. Thanks to Mario, the Milanese attack was foiled and the Florentines won the battle. Although Mario sided with Florence in Anghiari, for most of his career he defended the interests of his hometown Monteriggioni, derailing Florentine attempts to seize Tuscan territory. While Mario's younger brother Giovanni moved to Florence in 1454 to pursue a career in banking, Mario stayed at the family's villa in Monteriggioni, stating in a letter to Giovanni that he preferred fighting like a man to filling out balance sheets. So kind of showing the difference also between Mario and his brother Giovanni. Mario being more like the fighter type open conflict assassin, you know, he would like face them head on. Where Giovanni tried to infiltrate society from within, becoming part of high society, and kind of like following a bit like the footsteps of his great-grandfather Domenico Auditore, because he took on the name Auditore from a noble to blend in with society, even though he was, you know, kind of like of peasant origin. But yeah, really showcasing like the difference in how they would fight the Templars. Yeah, honestly, I didn't also know that Tapstafar had additional dialogue options until I saw Rod find that out recently in one of his playthroughs. That's so cool that you found that out, Rod, because I definitely have to remember doing that for my playthrough this year. Because for all the AC games, I do want to get all the optional dialogue options, or at least all the ones that I can find and trigger. And I feel like it's really good that you have one for Tapstafar, because he's just such an important character, really. You start your journey with him, and then of course you come back to Siva later to find him. But yeah, he's really the one that followed in Bayek's footsteps, becoming, you know, the protector of Siwa in his stead. Oh yeah, Rod, I figured with the first assassination, you know, it would definitely fit. Yeah, it would be cool to see, you know, AC2 in general on like a newer gen, with like completely reworked textures and everything. Yeah. I think it's really cool how they make kind of like the completionist way of playing the game. Kind of like the canon way, you know, also with like the feathers and everything, because collecting all of those of course explains why Maria has gotten help to get out of her depression, you know. And kind of like vow of silence. That's a good plan, Rod. Yeah, to kind of like come back to characters, like major characters, I reckon, as well. Like, you know, the ones you meet in, for example, the Crocodile questline in, like at the arena and everything. I reckon they would also maybe have something to say, or like all the future Assassin Brotherhood members and stuff, you know. Panos the Younger. Hey Velitis, welcome in. Thank you for joining. I kept a straight face, you would have bursted out laughing hard hearing that. Yeah, it's definitely a classic.
With all the fighting that's been going on, this place has started to get a bit rough around the edges. I wish I could do something about it, but I just don't have the time or money to fix things up. Guess that's life, huh? Here we are. Casa, Dolce, Casa. So, what do you think?
It's most impressive, Uncle.
She's seen better days, I suppose. Believe me, I'd have her shining again if only I had the time. Now that you have had the tour, Nipote, you should go and outfit yourself. My men in the market are expecting you. Return here when you're finished, and we'll begin.
Begin? Begin what?
I thought you'd come here to train.
No, Uncle. I came here to escape Firenze. And I intend to take my family further still.
But what about your father? He'd want you to finish his work.
What work? My father was a banker.
Wait, he did not tell you?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ma che me combini, Giovanni? Where to even begin? Go and fetch the gear in the market. It will give me time to think. But that's that. We'll talk more later. Some spending money should you need it. And if you find yourself in need of rest, I've prepared a room for you on the top floor of the villa.
Love that music here. This is one of the variations of Leonardo's inventions. What we also like with this game, but also AC1, is how they kind of like desaturated a lot of the, regions, especially during certain times of the day. One of the reasons was also to give it like a more historic look, right? Because we often associate history with like black and white desaturation. It's actually interesting, like not too long ago I read that when people were still having mostly black and white photos and movies and everything, right? Often people would actually dream in black and white too. And when, color was like more popular or became kind of like the standard, for photos and television and everything, people started to dream in color. It's definitely interesting how we associate the lack of color definitely with a certain time period, But for us it's very historical. So these are kind of like statuettes you can find all across Monteriggioni, kind of like statuettes of gods of the Roman pantheon. And in a way, there are also references to the ones who came before, because some of them are actually based on the Roman pantheon, of course. And by collecting pairs of 2, you can unlock steelies in the back of the courtyard, and that will give you a bit of money, which is especially useful at the beginning of the game. So that's Mars's statue. Did also see a feather, which I'm definitely gonna go and collect. There's another statue of Venus. Yeah, I do kind of like this stylized look, I have to say. I think it's nice I went into that direction instead of like being ultra realistic or something, because I feel like games that have a certain art style might also age a bit better sometimes. And it gives it something like unique that makes it stand out. Especially with the whole like animus kind of like aesthetic. There's Apollo. There's another one. Diana. We have Minerva, who is actually one of the major Isu in history. She's also one of the Isu that was probably most in favor of kind of like the liberation of the humans, not being used as like a slaving caste or caste anymore. Then we have Jupiter. But yeah, she was also the one, you know, trying to record all of these messages for Desmond and Ezio. To kind of like guide them towards a future where they could survive, you know. It wouldn't be destroyed by yet another catastrophe.
Has his mind snapped?
Has his mind snapped? No, I'm fine, thank you. Yeah, that's right, Afro. There's one at the back of the church. I gotcha, Rod. That's definitely fair. Yeah, I would definitely also follow a guide by the end of a playthrough to kind of like go through the areas where I still have feathers left to find the ones that are missing. I'm gonna collect probably like 3/4 of them myself by just playing through the game. But yeah, once you get to like to the last chapters, I'm gonna make sure to go through the areas and just check all the locations for the ones that I missed. So we can already deliver some here. So this is Mars and Venus. The god of rage and strength basks in his lover's radiant beauty. She tames his anger with her gentle touch. Diana and Apollo. Together but never touching, one sleeps while the other rises, yet both watch over us. Minerva and Jupiter, I reckon. Father and daughter. Jupiter and Minerva. Here sits the king of all Olympus, and beside him stands wisdom to guide his rule. So they are both major Isu, especially in this game and in the following Ezio trilogy games. Jupiter was actually kind of like the main guy of, you know, the Roman pantheon. As it says here, he's like the king. And you can even see him also in Valhalla. He's also the king of the Jotun in that game. Kind of like seeing it through the mythological veil of the Norse. And you even get to fight him too in that game as like Odin, which is pretty cool. L'Ivezio Lone Salai. Buon bava Leonardo Weyu. That's true too, you know, especially during daytime in Firenze and Venice. Can be quite tricky.
Money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Can be quite tricky to see all of the feathers. Much better during like nighttime. Yeah, it's so good when, you know, Sigurd is saying that, because as a player for the first time playing, and also of course for Eivor, it's kind of like, is he actually going insane? You know?
Where is Charles Lee gone?
But yeah, you know, like knowing what happens later in the story, you know, he was like spot on, essentially. I mean, yeah, obviously he isn't, you know, like his body isn't of mass, you know, or of tier, but his mind very well is, you know. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm still debating if I will play Valhalla this year. It kind of depends how much time my playthrough is gonna be taking. But the story is really good, I think, of the main story, especially the Sigurd plotline. So I wouldn't be opposed to it, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, Afro. I think lots of people felt that way about Sigurd, you know. And it's understandable, given like how much like shit he's giving you. Yes, we haven't found either of these statues yet, so we could still try to find them. But for now, let's go ahead and do some shopping.
Unbelievable prices I have for you, stimati clienti.
So we can get the leather greaves. And the leather sporters. As well as the dagger. Our first small weapon.
Ciao, signore. Eventually to your amici. Come.
Let's refill the medicine here. Jesus, we have like a proper storm outside. Crazy weather today. Do I like Subway? I'm kinda neutral towards Subway, to be honest. I haven't really eaten a lot of Subway. But there's definitely some sandwiches that I do enjoy. How about you, Hippie? Fair enough, Afro. Can't say the same for me. I was very conflicted about Randy. Like, while I felt a connection between Eivor and her, I was also thinking about, you know, how I can't really do that to Sigurd. So initially I actually declined her, but then thinking about it again, I did reload and decide to go for it, because I was thinking that's the only time that I can romance her. I don't want to miss out on it. But now I know that you can actually decline her and wait until the end of the game and then can still get together with her, apparently.
A bit of rest and you should be well recovered, friend.
My recent good fortune finding new suppliers has
Yeah, the meatball sandwich is quite good. It's definitely one of the ones I quite enjoyed. Also, sometimes like to just, you know, create my own sandwich as well. But yeah, I haven't had Subway in probably over 2 years. And before that I probably hadn't had it for a couple of years more. I think in my entire life I probably have eaten Subway 6 times or something. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can, hippie. Not that difficult to make a really delicious sandwich at home, you know. And I'm sure there's like lots of recipes, especially on YouTube. There's often people like recreating fast food items. So maybe you could try that, you know, maybe it gets even more delicious. That's definitely fair, Rod. Yeah, it's definitely easy, I guess, to feel conflicted about, you know, going for the choice or not. But ultimately, I really feel like Eivor and Randy belong together, you know. And while it's shitty towards Sigurd, you know, even he gets understanding for that and approves of that relationship, you know. Plus the whole thing that, you know, Randy's and Sigurd's marriage is like arranged, essentially. And they never actually got to love each other. Plus the fact that that marriage isn't really important anymore, right, is it? Like, they did it to find a bond between the two clans in Norway. However, once they leave for England, that bond isn't of importance anymore for them. You know, like, them getting divorced wouldn't change anything about the bond in Norway. I feel like there's multiple reasons to consider going for Renvi. Hey Vamola, welcome in. It's Friday. It sure is. I hope you're having a good one so far. I'm not sure if I've tasted Subway turkey before. I would definitely not go for the tuna sandwich though, because I heard really bad stories about Subway tuna. And how it's like stored sometimes. Tuna already for me is a bit finicky, but if it's not fresh, then that's like the worst.
Has he been drinking?
Ava Missy. So went for Petra. That's fair. Petra was actually my first relationship in AC Valhalla. But then when I got together with Renvi, I immediately broke off with her. But yeah, Petra is pretty nice as well. I do like her. Oh. There's a statue. Pluto. Which means now we're only missing one more. I gotcha, Mola. That's definitely fair. Yeah, that's like the worst when eating like fast food, you know, and then you're getting sick of it. I'd definitely rather avoid that too, but it does happen to me every now and then. Am I dreaming this? Ava Press, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. No kidding, Harbinger. Now the wind's coming back to Renvi. Every single time. Okay, let's go ahead and collect this glyph for now. Go for another one. As you can see, it's a barcode that translates to 12/21/2012. So the 21st of December 2012, which is supposed to be the end of a word according to the Mayan calendar.
The past, a vast web of connections and interconnections, all ruled by chance. Or is it?
"64 squares. Queen Elizabeth I of England, 1559. So quite interesting, but there's actually another painting of Queen Elizabeth where she's also holding something that looks like a, like globe pretty much. And it even has like the, map of America on it, which kind of like showed her ambitions, from the English side on the Americas. And what I find interesting about it is it both shows, of course, her ambitions with the Apple of Eden, using that to reach that. But also it is like a bit of a reference, I guess you could say, to AC1, where you see a map of the world, a globe being projected out of the Apple of Eden. And yeah, you could say that maybe one of her ambitions to go to the Americas might have also been related to the pieces of Eden. We don't know exactly, but it's not out of possibilities. Poor Clay, yeah. Yeah, what Tyria had to endure at Abstergo is just horrible. But yeah, so she was, having one of the apples of Eden. The piece of Eden number 2. Emperor Napoleon I of France, 1812. Piece of Eden number 1, apple. So this is a neat reference, right, because historically it was said and believed that Napoleon had stomach issues and kind of like a disease that always, plagued him with stomach issues and pain, which is why often he would kind of like hold his hand in that, pocket and kind of like stimulate his stomach in a way where, the pain wasn't quite as bad. And in AC lore, he used that reason, I guess, to actually hide the Apple of Eden behind it, so he could control whoever was around him without having to reveal that he has indeed the apple. And this has already been showcased in Assassin's Creed Unity, because Napoleon, of course, is a big historical character of both the French Revolution and the events that happened afterwards. And we do actually see Napoleon getting a key that will unlock the door to a piece of Eden, the so-called Lantern of Saint Denis, which you can see in the Dead Kings DLC of Unity. And why he doesn't get the Apple of Eden yet at that point, because Arno actually gets it first, and then sends it to Egypt. In the French-Egyptian War that Napoleon led for the French side, he did retrieve the apple finally, which he set out to get in Saint-Denis already. And of course he used that to get into a position of power and to use it against his enemies. Napoleon Dynamite. It's him. George Washington, United States, 1781. Piece of Eden number 3, apple. So Napoleon Bonaparte, Queen Elizabeth I, and George Washington all had pieces of Eden, all of them apples of Eden. But they're not one of the same, which is very important. They're 3 different ones. So already at this point in Assassin's Creed lore, we have basically confirmation that there's not like one of them, you know, there's like multiple and dozens of these. Scattered across the world. Some of them in hiding, some of them discovered. And most of them being discovered, being used by people in positions of power. And the one that George Washington has actually been carried over the Atlantic to the Americas by the Freemasons, which are quite important also for AC3, because they for one built the towers beneath the cities. But there of course also have been a lodge where a lot of people in positions of power have joined eventually. And yeah, George Washington was like a ally of them, I guess you could say. And that's another thing we have already seen in Assassin's Creed in the games, because this of course is quite close to when AC3 is set. And we do see George Washington having the apple, and then we see kind of like an imaginary vision of a future in a way of what could happen if he has the apple, where he gets corrupted. Which is actually showcased in the Tyranny of King Washington DLC for Assassin's Creed 3. And none of it that happens in that DLC actually has happened. But this glyph definitely confirms that he was having it and he was hiding it from others, and potentially maybe also used it to a certain degree. But I think it was a wrong decision for that DLC to make all of it like an alternative reality type of deal. Like none of it really happened, because this glyph basically confirms that he has been using it to a certain degree, right? And instead of like him realizing he shouldn't use it immediately, you know, they could have shown him using it, at least, you know, in parts. Because it would also explain how he has gotten a certain influence. But yeah, ever since George Washington, this piece of Eden also got... See, that's another thing where I think it actually conflicts with the Tyranny of King Washington DLC now that I think about it. Because according to the glyphs, the apple has actually been passed down to other presidents of the United States. Whereas in the Tyranny of King Washington DLC, he says to Connor, I believe, that he has to, you know, sink it to the ocean ground or something like that. I'm gonna pay attention later to another president of the United States, if it is the same piece of Eden like this. Because then Tyranny of King Washington would kind of like conflict with the law in multiple ways, really. Absolutely, Rod, and I think that's a great thing with AC2, you know, is like how much potential lore it opens up, you know, for other games. Like the glyphs are a big part of that, you know, but also the, of course, statues in the Sanctuary, you know, having like Amunet and Darius, two characters we have also seen in AC games quite recently. Yeah, that's a question, isn't it? Because I can't actually 100% remember right now if he gave the apple to Connor and said sink it to the ocean, or if he said I would do it. From my memory, I think he gives it to Connor, right? And says that he has to sink it. So technically it should have been in Connor's possession. And don't we even see Connor going out with a ship and then sinking it or something? It's been a while since I played the DLC, since I skipped on it last time. But I don't think that George Washington keeps it in the DLC. If somebody wants to look that up and confirm or deny, I would definitely appreciate it, because I can't actually remember right now. Looking at it now, he gives it to Connor. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought, which is really weird, you know, because if Connor did actually sink it, then I guess somehow they have to find a reason how another president of the United States recovered the apple. But yeah, the way the Glyphs kind of talk about it in this game is really more like George Washington had it, you know, being like the first president of the United States, right? And then he created a tradition of like passing it down. So yeah, that's just another thing that Ubisoft Quebec fucked up. And then Connor drops it into the ocean, but that's true, it could have been discovered by another president or got into their hands via other means. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the way they told that DLC, that has to happen essentially. But it just really sucks, because the Glyphs have basically made it seem different, you know, that it's like a tradition of the presidents to do. Which is how it became in the possession of Roosevelt during the Second World War. Which is another important detail for the Glyph puzzles. But yeah, that's gonna be the reason why I will skip all the Quebec games and other studio games, because they just can't get their freaking lore straight, you know. They don't even make the effort of like really studying the historical characters that have already been portrayed in previous AC games. So to me, they're basically non-canon in my mind, because they just don't know their shit. Yeah, I mean there are, but it is the same apple, you know, like they're marked by numbers.
Don't worry, we're only staying here for a little while.
I don't like it here. I want to go home.
I know.
Okay, so we're gonna be staying here Monteriggioni for at least a little while. But Ezio's plan essentially is to leave Italy and go for Spain. Go far away from here, where nobody can, you know, see him. Ironically enough, he's actually going into the home country of the Borgias, because they are Spanish. Exactly what, you know. Like, if you have to rely on like information created by fans, rather than from inside informational archives, you know, that's definitely an issue that creates inconsistencies. But I mean, it's not like Montreux without fault either, you know. As a main studio, they probably should have made sure that, you know, those inconsistencies are less likely to happen. But ultimately, responsibility lies with whatever studio and narratively team is working on it. I mean, Connor did receive the apple from George Washington to get rid of it. So it was an apple, but what you might be thinking of is the kind of like orb that he receives from the Mohawk people, right? With which Juno is talking to him at the like early stages of the game. Now that actually isn't a piece, that's not Apple of Eden at least. It's only kind of like a form of communication through time that Juno has used to talk to the Mohawk people, but also Connor. And yeah, it's not an apple. It doesn't have the ability to mind control anybody. And that's also why it disintegrates after, you know, Connor has done what he had to do. Because he was for Juno the chosen one, I guess, to do and bury the key that Desmond would then dig up to resurrect Juno, pretty much. So once that was done, you know, the message was delivered and the piece of Eden served its purpose, pretty much. But yeah, it's just kind of like a communication orb.
Salute, uncle. I did as you asked.
And quickly too, ben fatto. Now, let's teach you how to fight.
No. As I said, we are leaving.
Ezio, you barely held your own against Vieri. You won't survive a week on the road. If you want to leave, so be it. But at least do so armed with the skills and knowledge necessary to defend yourself. If not for me, for your mother and sister.
Fine.
Ottimo.
Practice makes perfect. Learn how to fight from Mario.
You can swing a sword, to be sure, but offense alone will not carry a battle. You must survive long enough to strike. I will teach you how to dodge.
You said my father was more than just a banker.
No use dancing around it, I suppose. Your father was an assassin, Ezio.
I told you before. My father was a paper pusher.
No. He was born and bred to kill.
I find this difficult to believe.
What of the list you carry? Do you think it's merely a catalog of debts? It holds the names of those responsible for your father's murder.
So during this training stage, I'm gonna wait always to have Mario talk everything. Like about, you know, the assassins, the creed, and all of that. Because if you actually finish the quick steps, you know, all three of them, immediately, then it will cancel out all of the dialogue that you might be saying otherwise. So if I'm not progressing here, you know, that's why, essentially. But you thought Mario would teach Ezio to run and jump on the heads of enemies? It's a very powerful move, you know. I think Neo and Matrix can also confirm that's quite powerful.
Benny, I've taught you how to avoid your enemy's attacks. Now you'll learn how to turn them to your advantage.
All this talk of assassins and Templars, it reeks of fantasy.
Like something from an old parchment covered in arcane writing, perhaps?
How did you know?
You have your father's blade. I figured you'd have the codex page he was holding as well.
Codex?
See, a guide to the inner workings of the Order, its origin, purpose, and techniques. Our activity. Your father believed the Codex contained a powerful secret. Something that would change the world. Perhaps it's why they came for him.
Assassins, Templars, Codex pages. This is a lot to take in.
You need to open your mind, Ezio. Always remember, nothing is true, everything is permitted.
And that's the first time that Ezio actually hears these words. A Mario Assassin game, that would be really funny. Like Super Mario in like assassin robes. And every time you jump on the heads of somebody, you perform like an air assassination, kind of like a move. And when you have this kind of like fire plant ability, you throw like throwing knives instead. That are like bouncing off the walls. I wonder how difficult that would be to like, you know, program, because you could just take like a game, you know, from Mario and like kind of like reskin individual, you know, files, I guess. Like the way, you know, the plant looks and something.
I can't be that good.
Oi. That's not nice.
Vogliamo aprire le danze. Don't be shy.
You're making fine progress, Ezio. Today I'm going to teach you how to position yourself in battle. Where you stand and how you move can make all the difference. Don't think I haven't seen you picking apart my library. I trust you believe me now?
Yes. My father was an assassin. But why the need for such secrecy?
Are you familiar with the Templars? One of several knightly orders formed during the Crusades. History teaches they were disbanded nearly 200 years ago in France. Only they weren't. Merely pushed underground, where they continued their nefarious work.
What work?
The Templars seek dominion over man, and we, the assassins, are sworn to stand against them.
Was Uberto one of them?
Yes.
And the other names on my father's list?
Templars as well.
That means Vieri.
Just like his father, Francesco. Likely the entire Pazzi family.
Hey, it would explain many things. Vieni a prendermi. Shall we dance? Come get me. Stavolta, tua madre non può aiutarti. Your mama can't help you this time.
As the Hammer Bros enemies who throw hammers, and so maybe you could make them into knives and give it to Mario instead of in a mod or something. That's true, yeah. That would be really funny to see. Yeah, it's so cool, you know, that whole time I think has like huge potential for like a future Assassin's Creed game too. Even though it has been talked about and we have seen parts of it in Unity with like the downfall of the Templars, you know. And Jacques de Molay being burned at the stake. Which is believed to be the end of the Templars, but only as an official organization, you know. There were like still people working for the Templars, of course. And yeah, that whole time period, you know, with Thomas de Carnillon, but also Domenico Auditore, who actually worked together with him. You know, I would love to see like a Domenico Auditore game, you know. You could kind of like also utilize the whole like home base aspect, right? Because he's actually the one to build the Villa Auditore, you know. So you could still work with like renovations and all of that, you know. And obviously you have also a very tragic thing happening to him. But with his, you know, losing his family, like his wife and his child. Or only his wife, right? His son still survives and he teaches him to become an assassin. But yeah, I do think it would be like a perfect time period for AC to really connect also AC 1 and 2 together, since he was also in possession of a codex, which we have also seen, you know, with like Marco Polo and the Polo family getting it from Altair, and the Polo family giving it to the Auditore, I guess, so to say. So yeah, there's like so much potential to connect these games together via such a game. I would love to see it. Yeah, the taunts in this game. Something else. I always like to taunt Mario in these battles, and when he's like, you've become so good, I'm proud of you. Pretty much. Especially if we should like burn his mother.
What? You need your capo's permission? Hai paura? Fatti sotto! Coraggio! Sono da solo! Non ce la fai a... Bring it on! Generally, they're made for swinging at people, yeah? Oh, su! Non sono mica così bravo!
Well done, Nipote. You've really come into your own.
Thank you, Uncle, for all you have given me.
Your family. Such is my duty and my desire.
I'm glad you had me stay.
Good. You've reconsidered leaving.
We sail for Spain in 3 days.
But Nipote, I have given you these skills that you might be better prepared to strike against our enemies.
And if they find me, I will.
You want to leave Ezio? To throw away everything your father fought and died for? To deny your heritage? Fine! Come vuoi. Arrivederci e buona fortuna.
Uncle, wait! Why is he so upset?
How can he not be? Vieri's been harassing us ever since you first arrived. To be expected, I suppose, given his heritage.
Uncle! Where is everyone?
They ride for San Gimignano to slay that snake, Vieri.
Vieri di Pazzi, the youngest member of the second most notorious Florentine banking family. This kid knew how to burn right through his father's money. Outside of spending sprees involving weaponry, exotic animals, and clothes, he was fiercely competitive. Vieri hosted races of all kinds, boating, horseback riding, running. All of them rigged, of course. And get this, if through some amazing stroke of luck he ever lost, he'd invite the winner's entire family over for a victory dinner and serve them a meal to die for.
I wish to join them.
You'll find what you need at the stables.
Yeah. Vieri the Snake. He's gonna soon find an end as well. How dare you speak to your uncle like that? I mean, he taught us. He can only blame himself, you know? That's okay, Bane. It will just break the backs of the Templars. Vieri, welcome to Me to Die For. May I take your order? Yeah, I would like to have the double cheeseburger with extra bacon, please. As well as the greasy quattro fried fries. Thank you very much. A bit of mayonnaise on the side. Oh, and please a Diet Coke. I'm on a diet. cheeseburger with a hint of poison. You gotta love it. Follow it up with 20 hot cakes with butter and maple syrup. Oh, hell yeah. You guys are actually making me hungry right now. Really wonder where the last statue is. Because I'm actually only missing one right now. Okay then. But yeah, I think this is gonna be where I will go and take a break for now. We're still far from being done for today. I'm gonna keep on going for at least 1 to 2 hours, if not even longer. And yeah, then we're also gonna go for Vieri, the next of our targets. Let's actually have a quick look over here, because I just remembered we can actually see our first target as a painting in our personal room upstairs. Berto Alberti. And we have also some money that Mario kindly left for us here.
But I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Thanks, Rod. I definitely will. And yeah, I'm gonna leave you guys with some of the awesome soundtrack by Jesper Kid. And then I will be back in just a few. Stealing from my uncle? Well, it is my room, after all. I guess I would be stealing from myself in that case. You just imagine the Bully Maguire dance, but with Ezio instead. Well, I'm sure somebody could pull that off. Would be kind of funny. Hey Verdonna, welcome in. Thank you for joining. He could do that on top of the dead body of a Templar he killed. That's true. You'd actually wonder how difficult that would be to create. I think I should be able to pull that off. But yeah, that would be really funny. But yeah, so I'm gonna go on my break, and then I will see everybody back with more of this game in just a few. Alright. Welcome back, guys. And thank you all for staying tuned. Sorry about the break being a bit longer, but had a few things to take care of. Yeah, we are back with more of AC2. We just arrived in Monteriggioni and learned the ways of combat with Mario and more about the assassin history. And yeah, now we're gonna go and follow Mario into the Tuscan countryside, because there we have to find Vieri de' Pazzi, one of the Templars, I guess you could say, or one who has been born into becoming a Templar, and longtime rival of Ezio as well. So yeah, we're gonna go and deliver him a deadly blow. But first let me have a look over here, because I think I'd actually missed a few of the people entries. Thanks, Rod. Welcome back as well. Absolutely. We will. I love when Mirabo says that in Unity. In general, I really liked the portrayal of a brotherhood in Unity. Mercenaries were highly mobile in Renaissance Italy, moving from one contract to contract. Professional captains called condottieri, usually paid for by cities, recruited men for a fixed amount of time. Many of the for-hire soldiers who served in Italy weren't even Italian, coming from places like Germany, Switzerland, and Hungary. In their perpetual struggle to dominate Italy, the Italian states hired mercenaries to wage war against their Italian neighbors, and the soldiers, many of whom had no code of honor, would often rape and sack freely. When the state was bankrolling them ran out of money, the soldiers would disband, frequently to be hired to destroy the very city they had just fought to defend. Some mercenaries were honorable, fighting for a cause they believed in, but men such as these were few and far between. Wherever existed, however, they were much sought after. Note, Cassandra isn't one of those mercenaries. Time for more assassinations? Absolutely. Welcome back, Harbinger. Gotta go where the money comes from, I guess. Yeah. I mean, you gotta, you know, pay for everything somehow. Okay, I think that's all the groups that we have discovered so far.
Ezio, look at her. I still can't get her to talk. She spends all day and night in front of those feathers Petruccio used to collect. She can't let them go. I don't know what to do.
Don't worry. She'll come back to us. I know it.
So that's the state that Maria's in, you know. Praying the entire day, not saying a single word. And mourning the loss of her husband and her 2 sons. But yeah, this is what the collecting feather activity is tied to, because if you actually collect 50 of them, Mario basically discourages you from collecting more and saying that we have to accept that Maria doesn't come back. But then when we collect 100 of them, Maria's actually talking for the first time and is kind of very grateful that we didn't forget about her. And it's of course also a reference to Petruccio, the younger son, because he loved collecting feathers, you know. So it's kind of like something to remind her of her lost son. And that was also arguably the worst death, you know, because, I mean, he was just a child, you know, completely unaware of anything regarding the Assassins or Templars. But you just fought for me. Yeah, like imagine hiring somebody and then they learn all the secrets of your defenses or whatever, and then they go to like the attacking side and know exactly where to attack and where the weak points are. Hey, the Nemesis, welcome in. Yeah, that's true, Rod. It wouldn't have been necessarily the, you know, gift that she expected, but yeah.
Are you sure I have just what you need?
Okay, we could also buy more parts of the leather set here. Let's go for the leather chest guard to complete the set. And let's also get the Venetian Falchion.
Pleasure, signore. Return anytime.
Come, don't be shy.
Where we are. Tuscany with the city San Gimignano, also called the City of Towers. It was literally a contest between like nobles in the city who could like make the biggest tower, which is one of the reasons why it has so many of them. And a lot of them still stand today, like going there nowadays. You would see the same tower still standing. Hey there, Dr. Sour Patch. Welcome in. What the? Okay. It's fine. Yeah, the crab always knows how to position itself properly.
Ezio, what are you doing here?
Taking responsibility. Vieri troubles you because of me.
Vieri troubles us because he's a Templar, and we are assassins.
Either way, I wish to help.
Va bene. Then listen close. First, we must find a way inside the city, though it seems Vieri expects us. He has sealed the gates and sent his men to guard them. Fortunately for us, the city is larger than its host. The southern gate suffers. So this is where we'll strike, Protect.
What goes around? Help Mario and his men assassinate Vieri the Pazzi. Ava Gislek, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How was the stream today? Hope you had a good time with Battle Realms.
All right, Ezio. Here's how it is going to work. My men and I will distract the guards. Once we have engaged them, get yourself over the wall and find a way to open the gate. Take these throwing knives. Use them to dispatch the archers.
I'm ready when you are.
Then let us begin.
That guy running against the wall. Amazing. Ah, extra linguistic. That's good to hear. That you had a good time with some real-time strategy. Okay, so it's a bit tricky because sometimes if you throw throwing knives, they will like literally detect you just before it hits them. Which means I'm not sure if I can even use the throwing knives here to do this completely stealthily. I think I have to for tutorial's sake.
It's a me, Mario!
So that's what I mean, right? It's like basically an instant detection kill. Okay, let's try this. I'm gonna go on the board for memory, go closer, and then see if I can do it stealthily from there. If I can't, I'm not gonna count it against me. If I can, then I will.
Ezio, what are you doing here?
Taking responsibility. Vieri troubles you because of me.
Vieri troubles us because he's a Templar, and we are assassins.
Either way, I wish to help.
Va bene. Then listen close. First, we must find a way inside the city, though it seems Vieri expects us. He has sealed the gates and sent his men to guard them. Fortunately for us, the city is larger than his host. The southern gate suffers for it, so this is where we'll strike. Pronti?
Okay, let's have another look here. Okay.
All right, Ezio. Here's how it is going to work. My men and I will distract the guards. Once we have engaged them, get yourself over the wall and find a way to open the gate. Take these throwing knives. Use them to dispatch the archers.
I'm ready when you are.
Then let us begin. Al attacco!
Oh, sorry, I had myself muted. But that's fair, I guess, like, you know, sometimes people expect one thing and then still end up enjoying it. Or there's one thing Vieri doesn't expect, the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects that. That's true. Did he say taco? You're hungry? And even though we just had a Taco Tuesday, quite recently. He said, al taco. Everybody attack. But yeah, I could definitely go for taco as well. I love tacos. Okay, so I wonder. The thing is, I can't go to him with a hidden blade because the other guy would definitely spot me. But I might be able to do it from here without... Like if I get closer, you know. Maybe I don't get detected then. Can I do this?
Ooh, hurry!
It doesn't get affected by money.
Where'd that come from? Gold! Where'd that come from?
Fine. This ends now.
He's like literally insta-detecting me if I throw a throwing knife. So honestly, I'm not sure if this part can be done stealthy. I was just trying to see what happens if I, you know, throw it without targeting him. Unfortunately, didn't hit him, but it was still like pretty much insta-detection. Okay, I'm gonna give it one more try. I'm gonna do this time with targeting and see what happens. But yeah, it's a tricky one.
Ezio, what are you doing here?
Taking responsibility. Vieri troubles you because of me.
Vieri troubles us because he's a Templar, and we are assassins.
Either way, I wish to help.
Va bene. Then listen close. First, we must find a way inside the city, though it seems Vieri expects us. He has sealed the gates and sent his men to guard them. Fortunately for us, the city is larger than his host. The southern gate suffers for it, so this is where we'll strike. Pronti?
Hey Veroni, welcome in. It's me, Taco. Takio. It's an AC Infinity IP? Well, there's gonna be. But it hasn't been released yet.
Here's how it is going to work. My men and I will distract the guards. Once we have engaged them, get yourself over the wall and find a way to open the gate. Take these throwing knives. Use them to dispatch the archers.
I'm ready when you are.
Then let us begin. Al attacco!
Okay, so if I can't do it stealthily from here, then I will kind of like treat it as a force detection scenario. And will basically not count it against me. Because yeah, it's kind of like a bit weird with a detection with throwing knives, you know, because I guess you could say it is stealthy because they literally die in the moment they detect you, but the game is still making you get detected for a split second, you know. So yeah, if this works stealthily, then I'm gonna add 2 to the counter. And if it doesn't, then we would just treat it as like a force detection kind of deal. Yeah, so it is a force detection here. I think I can do about this one at least, you know. I'm sure I can take on the other one stealthily though. But I think it might also be like a distant base, you know, like if I get closer to this guy, I think he might auto-detect me as well.
I wanted to get down.
Oh, fuck. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, so that counts because I technically could have killed him there. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna increase the counter. But only for 1, because this guy can be done stealthily, it seems.
Ezio, what are you doing here?
Taking responsibility. Vieri troubles you because of me.
Vieri troubles us because he's a Templar, and we are assassins.
Either way, I wish to help.
Va bene. Then listen close. First, we must find a way inside the city, though it seems Vieri expects us. He has sealed the gates and sent his men to guard them. Fortunately for us, the city is larger than his host. The southern gate suffers for it, so this is where we'll strike. Pronti?
But yeah, this part is definitely a bit weird because they have kind of like an auto radius, I guess, where they detect you. Like this guy technically shouldn't have seen us because he wasn't actually, like, we weren't in his vision cone, right?
Alright, Ezio.
Reason being, they really want you to use the throwing knives here.
Distract the guards. Once we have engaged them, get yourself over the wall and find a way to open the gate. Take these throwing knives. Use them to dispatch the archers.
I'm ready when you are.
Then let us begin. Al attacco!
Wait. Does this guy actually have his back turned to us? I think he does. Like the other guy behind us. Wow. I totally thought that he was looking to us. Okay, that's my bad then. That means I was wrong. Oh boy. We fucked this mission up pretty badly. So that means we have 4 total detections now. Once I can add another one. Another question is, can I do this one stealthily? Because he's gonna... Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you know, he shouldn't be seeing us here, technically. But it's programmed by the mission in a way where he does, you know. Because I really want you to use throwing knives. So I'm not sure if I should make an exemption here for this guy. Because I could throw the throwing knives, but then I still get the detection, so... I know, it's weird. Yeah, the crossbow would be really helpful here. On the other side too. I mean, it's worth a try, I guess. Oh, this other guy sees us. What's this? Okay, that worked. Thanks, Glyph. So that's funny. So the game basically programmed in a way where they only see from this side. So I guess what they did is they kind of like increased their vision cone to where they're looking at and to the left side of them, but apparently not to the right. It doesn't make any sense, but I guess, yeah, it's really just for the purpose of like the throwing knife tutorial, you know, to kind of like force you into using them. But yeah, now the issue is the other guy will basically see us assassinating this one. Right. Okay, it didn't. Perfect.
Well now, that was a bit reckless, huh, friend?
Well, I guess we got a couple detections here for the purpose of science. But at least we now know how to do this one stealthily. But yeah, that's 4 total detections now. The way they always slide off. Yeah, the AC1 art in general is just amazing. Nemesis, also of a concept art too. Also, thanks for taking care of those bots there, Rod. They like to come in groups, it seems. Ava Aura, welcome in.
Well done, Ezio. We're in. This way, men!
I want you to distract those guards and keep them from raising the alarm. Hopefully it will buy me enough time to find and silence Vieri.
Va bene.
Wait, Nipote. Take a few of my men with you, just to be safe. Come join me once they're dealt with.
What's Vieri up to now?
Okay, this is pretty much a forced combat scenario.
How else to explain all the patrols?
I'll signal again when you should follow.
Instead, he's turned us into nursemaids. And why?
Shooting his mouth off again, no doubt. Angering the wrong sorts of people. And so now, we pay the price.
Careful. What do you want to strike before him like Bernardo was?
Poor bastard. I heard Vieri took his eyes.
I'd like to keep mine. So let's end this conversation.
So I guess the only way that this could work stealthily is by sending these 4 guys to fight 10 and then hoping they will survive. But there's a good chance I won't make it. And also means I can't involve myself in the fighting here until they're dead, and then it's like a forced combat scenario. So for science purposes, I'm gonna send them into battle and see what happens, I guess. But you love looting the body as they fall, and even though they aren't close to Ezio.
Yes, science!
Yes, science. At that point, the looting still goes through. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a funny thing that you can still do that. It's very convenient, you know, because sometimes people would fall like in the water and then there's like no way to loot from them again. Okay.
That's the grand killed by Zio Pino because he couldn't pay the protection fee.
So now we have to wait and see what happens. I think technically you could go there and backstab some of them from behind, but we definitely run into the risk of getting thrown into combat, so I'd rather not do that yet. So a new game in 2023 that I want to play. I mean, definitely the new Assassin's Creed is something I'm looking forward to see, at least. Not sure yet if I want to play it, but I'm looking forward to the first gameplay to see if it's something I would love to play. Which might be the case. Damn, we're actually doing really well here. So yeah, definitely that one. I'm also looking forward to Hogwarts Legacy to see how that turns out. I'm a bit skeptical, to be honest, from what I've seen so far, but I hope it will be good. And if it is, then I definitely want to play it. Come on, hit him.
Maybe you should call your wife help, you know? You could hide behind their skirts.
Damn, they can actually take on 10 people without dying. That's pretty impressive. Otherwise it would be Avada Kedavra to the game. No kidding.
Time to see what kind of training a watchman receives in this dung heap.
You guys take care of these and I'm gonna keep on going here.
Ezio! Your uncle's under attack and needs help. Go to him!
Yeah, I think this might be a forced detection scenario here. Which makes sense because open combat.
There you are. It seems my plan is something of a snap. Vieri's men ambushed us, and now we've got our hands full. My brothers and I will deal with these guards.
I want you to go on ahead and root out that snake. See that justice is served.
Okay, that works. Didn't get into combat here. Oh, chest. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind that at all, Nemesis, if they would do that. But yeah, you gotta be pretty much a well-known, like, reviewer or, you know, somebody who's, like, part of the, like, deeply integrated into the AC community, I guess, before you get access to something like that. Which, for me, isn't the case, so... But yeah, I definitely wouldn't be opposed to receiving an early copy at all. Hey there, Bishop Dragon. Welcome in.
It's settled. Vieri, you will remain here to coordinate the mercenary. Francesco will organize our forces in the city and send word when it's time to strike. Jacopo, your job is to calm the citizens once the deed is done.
What of that ubriacone Mario? He continues to harass my forces, and I fear he'll discover what we intend.
He's always been trouble. Just like that bastardo brother of his.
Then let me reunite them, father.
There will be plenty of time to clean up the rifiuti when we're finished. Now, is there anything else? Muy bien. May the Father of Understanding guide you.
May the Father of Understanding guide you.
Comandante! Comandante!
What?
Mario Auditore has invaded the city. He comes for you.
Then let's not keep him waiting.
Okay, so this part can't be done completely stealthy. However, we can do it stealthy until we get to Vieri, but once you're at Vieri, it's like a forced detection scenario. I'm just gonna try to be stealthy until then, and then we're gonna be thrown into combat.
Fear not, Ezio. I'll make sure your death comes quickly.
Jesus. Got him.
What are you and your allies planning? Is this what my father discovered? Is this why he was killed?
I'm sorry. Were you hoping for a confession?
Pezzo di merda! Vorrei solo che avessi sofferto di più! Hai avuto la fine che meritavi! Spero che
Enough, Ezio! Show some respect.
Respect? After all that's happened, do you think he would have shown either of us such kindness?
You are not Vieri. Do not become him. Che la morte ti dia le pace che cercavi. Requiesca in pace. Take this. Read it.
Requiescat in pace.
Our work here is finished. Let us return to the villa.
Okay, gonna pause real quick because it's actually a letter we have received. Thanks, Rod, for mission passed. And yeah, there we go. The origin of Requiescat in Pace.
For me?
At least for Ezio.
Tight, yeah!
Body dressing is different on Tuesday. Nice. So you are Slytherin then? That doesn't surprise me out of for some reason. Also, hey, Cat, welcome in. Thanks for the 20-month free subbing. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. How's it going? I hope you're having a good day so far. Yeah, Nemesis. I mean, I hope the Prince of Persia remake is gonna be good. Because it's such a good series, you know, of games. That's true, Rod, you know, not having to pay for it, you can at least ensure that it's like worth the money or like worth the, you know, kind of like time of not having to spend the money, I guess. Or you would base your reviews on how many dogs you can pet. I mean, that's definitely a good, you know, kind of like start to go by. If it's not sufficient, then it's not worth it, really. Yeah, the clothing looks so good in this game. I really like how they made it quite accurate to the time, too, of Renaissance. Rod may have a Father of Understanding guide you into the hidden blade of an assassin, specifically in this moment. Indeed. And yeah, or I think it's definitely a reference to Ezio's times, because Evie is also somebody who has read up a lot about, you know, the Renaissance times. And you can also see it in her diary, that she's been doing like extensive research. But honestly, what always bothers me with the cape in Syndicate for both Evie and also for the cape that Jacob later gets with one of the outfits is that it is not actually hiding the hidden blade side. You know, it's like on the opposite side of the hidden blade. Even though that cape was meant to conceal the hidden blade even further, like the bracer. And that's just something that doesn't make any sense in Syndicate, which really annoys me. Because, like, what's the point of a cape other than looking cool if it doesn't serve a practical effect, right? Of, like, hiding something. So yeah, that's something that really bothers me in Syndicate, to be honest. I do, Mola. I do. Second, you couldn't feel lightheaded. Just turned on the heat, so you should be okay. I hope you feel better soon, Sekat. And I definitely feel you. I've been sick for the past couple of days, yeah. But yeah, I hope you feel much better soon. Yeah, I mean, definitely not. The Slytherins just have brought out the most amount of like dark sorcerers, I guess. But that doesn't mean, of course, that every Slytherin is like bad or something. Yeah, it definitely seems to be a fashion choice, but it's still a bit irritating, you know. Because it could be a fashion choice and it could have just been on the right side, you know. They could have just made it on the side of the hidden blade. It would have still served the purpose of fashion choice. And it would have actually served a purpose. But yeah. Of course, Mona. You would be the darkest of wizards. Even worse than Lord Voldemort. Yeah, the clothing in Unity was also really, really gorgeous. I love the choices you had there and how you could like combine different, you know, individual pieces together. Okay, we have a letter from Fra Giocondo. Now, he's the guy who should oversee Vieri and then report to Vieri's father about how he's doing.
Messer Francesco, I have done as requested and spoken with your son.
A letter?
I
For
agree
me?
with your assessment, though only in part. Yes, Vieri is brash and prone to act without forethought. And he has a habit of treating the mercenari like playthings. I have received reports of at least 3 men being disfigured as a result. But I do not think him as you put it, beyond repair. Rather, I believe the solution to be a simple matter. He seeks your approval, your attention. These outbursts of his are a result of insecurities born out of a sense of inadequacy. He speaks of you often and fondly, and expresses a desire to be closer to you. So, if he is loud and foul and angry, I believe it is simply because he wants to be noticed. He wants to be loved. Act as you see fit on the information I've given you here. But I must ask that we end this correspondence. Were he to discover the nature of our conversations, I fear what might become of me. Yours in confidence, Fra Giocondo.
So yeah, the fact that we actually find this letter on Vieri means that Vieri has found out about, Fra Giocondo basically spying on him to then tell his father about his insecurities and why he's behaving the way he does, Like, Vieri de Pazzi's father, Francesco de Pazzi, being an absolute asshole, his son tried to be an equal or even worse asshole to make him proud, essentially. So, yeah, that's why he's kind of behaving in a way that he does. It's kind of like to make his father proud in a weird way. But he also doesn't want to be exposed for, being kind of like weak or something. So, that's why, he has actually killed Fra Giocondo. So he couldn't reveal this to his father. But also tells you a lot about how fucked up, Francesco de Pazzi is as a father figure. Did I see that there's a mod in Syndicate where you can play as Henry Green? I did see that quite recently, yeah. I think somebody posted that on Reddit, actually. Voti's gone all modi. Bodymod would be like, can you dial the Evo back? Second, you believe Da Vinci wore a lot of pink and purple colors? I think so too, yeah. Which is definitely quite accurate to how they portrayed him in the game. But that's okay then, Fra Giocondo, since he's just doing horrible things for irrelevant reasons. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Vieri at some point has definitely made his own choices and he's done some horrible things, so he kind of deserved what was coming to him in a way, but it's still kind of sad the reasons out of which he's done it, No worries, Ronnie. Thank you for dropping by and for joining us today. I hope you have a good start to your stream, and thank you for joining. And yeah, for those of you who haven't checked out Ronnie yet, Rod has just given a shout out to him. He's currently playing some Marvel's Spider-Man. And yeah, has been finishing the main story already, is doing some of the DLC content now. And he's also a massive fan of AC games and also Rockstar games too. So if you're into narratively driven ones, then definitely go ahead and check out his channel. Hey there, Ethan. It really is sad, because if Vieri would have been loved instead of like what Francesco did to him, then things would have turned out quite a bit different, I reckon. He wore pink colors in the later years. In the game he's still a young man. Yeah. I guess he's more like into red in this game. With his like hat and everything. No worries, Ronnie. And yeah, I've also seen those rumors too that it could be co-op between like Mouts and between Peter. I think it would make sense to make that like a possibility. They could even technically do that similar to how it works in like the Unity co-op in a way, you know? You can kind of like choose one of the two, and then the other character gets the other one. Technically, it wouldn't even have to be a choice necessarily for the other to adapt. They could just display it differently for whoever is playing who. But yeah, I'm not sure yet if it has been confirmed that it's gonna be co-op or not. Ah, very nice, Ethan. Also, New Game Plus for Far Cry 6. Is it like a good New Game Plus mode? I still wish that Valhalla had won, but alas. I haven't played Arcanite yet, but that's still one of the games I have to eventually get to. I've only played Asylum and City so far. But that's next on my list of Batman games. But yeah, Bat finishes sequence 3. Back in Monteriggioni.
The new mines are making my metalworking quite affordable. I have a great bargain for you all.
I haven't seen too much of Mirage yet, but I mean, I reckon it's definitely gonna look beautiful. All AC games kind of do in their own way. But I'm looking forward to actually see some proper gameplay eventually. You have your gear but your levels reset, Ethan? I gotcha. Makes sense, I guess. It has the potential to save this series, I guess, or at least save it for classic fans of the series. But there's also lots of responsibility on it, you know, being like the first Assassin's Creed game for like how many years, you know, like the last one we had playing an assassin from the beginning of the game, or having like a classic AC experience, you know, was like Syndicate in 2015. So that's like 8 years ago now. So yeah.
And here he is, our Campione Ezio.
Oh, hey, Ezio! I see you wasted no time starting the celebration.
And why not? You've done us a great service, Nipote. With Vieri dead, La Toscana will grow quiet once more. Do you know what that means?
Basta lavorare.
Si passa tutto il giorno a bere.
E a puttane. What? It's true.
Come, Ezio, walk with me.
Yes, uncle.
A change of plans. Learn about the villa and discover the codex pages hidden there.
The Pazzi answer to another. A Spaniard.
He is Rodrigo Borgia, one of the most powerful men in all of Europe, and leader of the Templar Order.
Which makes him responsible for the murder of my father and brothers.
Yes, and he will kill you too, given the chance.
Then I must stand against him if I wish to be free. But not until every other Templar has fallen to my blade. Father's list will guide me.
Where will you go next?
Firenze. Francesco de Pazzi will share the fate of his son.
A sensible next step. No doubt he intends evil for the city. All right, that's enough grim talk for one night. I'll be in my study if you need me.
I shall read the letter my uncle gave me.
Yeah, we did read that letter already. Oh yeah, I can imagine Nemesis. That would look so good, you know, especially with like the kind of like upgrade for newer generation.
A letter? For me?
For me? Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say that Unity is more of an AC game than Syndicate, probably, with like how it's focused, but I would still consider it like a classic AC game, you know. Given that you play as two assassins, you have like the Brotherhood, you have classic assassination mission, you know, it's like definitely structured similar to a classic AC experience. And we haven't had that in like 8 years now, I guess. But yeah, for me, Syndicate is actually the game where I felt for the first time kind of a fatigue with the classic AC formula. But I think that was also because the story didn't really grab me as much as Unity and the previous games did. And when Origins came around 2 years later, I was actually really loving it, especially in comparison to Syndicate. Because while I still enjoy Syndicate, I think, yeah, it was definitely too basic in its kind of like formula, in a way. So I definitely embraced like a change, to be honest. And honestly, I think I would have enjoyed Odyssey a lot more if it didn't have, you know, dialogue choices and all that. I mean, that wouldn't have changed much about the writing. But at least it would have been one thing that would be more in check with, like, creating consistent narratives. This guy mullet hair. It looks beautiful. Yeah, Ethan. But yeah, I would definitely agree with you that Unity feels definitely more of an AC game than Syndicate does. And what you also mentioned with the gang simulator, you know, I think it was definitely a bit of a missed opportunity not to have the Brotherhood have like more importance, you know, because the only literal other person you see like of a Brotherhood in London is like Henry Green, and that's it. Even though we have like the perfect setup with Croydon and the Brotherhood there, you know, how the council is very active there and is not approving of Jacob and Evie. So when I started Syndicate, I was so thinking that it would backfire that Wade just went against the council, going to London and fighting the Templars, you know, I for sure thought somebody would come and intervene. But no, never happened. And instead of like building up a Brotherhood, you know, you're building up a gang. Which is alright, but I still think they should have involved Brotherhood a lot more. I think that aspect was done so much better in Unity. Syndicate was when the parkour started to devolve from Unity Advance. Yeah, that too. That's something that also really bothers me, is like how they simplify the parkour, you know? Like both with the rope launcher, but that's at least kind of like voluntary if you want to use it. But then kind of removing the menu jump, you know, was like every single AC game until then had like menu jump button. Like even basic move systems in other games have like a menu jump button sometimes. But Syndicate was like, nope. Can't make people, you know, fall off the rooftop and then die and then blame the game. Seraph, you love Syndicate, but you're Londoner. That's definitely fair. If I would have a game set in Berlin, you know, I would probably also be like super excited about it. Kind of like seeing, you know, places that I can see every day if I want to. And yeah, honestly, I loved how they created London. I think they did a pretty good job with the city. Ah, okay, I got your Nemesis. Yeah, I haven't had the PS Plus subscription in quite a while, but that's good to know. That's fair, Ethan. Yeah. So when did you get into Assassin's Creed? Like, how old were you when you played your first one? Yeah, Rod, I think it would have been a good choice to do that, maybe instead of like making yet another comic, you know? Because while I understand them wanting to kind of like expand the franchise, you know? It just is kind of annoying when you have like important storylines being thrown out of games into something else that people won't really check out. I think we can definitely work on individual stories that are not necessarily tied to the games, you know? In like comics and stuff, but if it's kind of like bringing something to a conclusion that was like started at the games, you know, you should kind of like try to keep it in the game. Or you love the grappling hook so much, so fun. That's fair. Yeah, for me it's definitely a bit of a conflicted feeling about the grappling hook. I think it's definitely fun as a tool, especially when it comes to short distances. I can kind of like immerse myself into like using it, you know. But when you're like standing in front of the Big Ben, pardon me, and you know, you kind of like use the grappling hook for like hundreds of meters, you know, and I don't know, it kind of like ruins my immersion a little bit, you know. And the fact that you kind of like that you have to use it to get from one rooftop to another. Yeah. I think as an idea it was really good, but I kinda wish they would have limited it a bit more. With like how far you can grapple, you know. They could have also made you kind of like grapple to like a third of the Big Ben, you know, kind of like give it a max range or something. But yeah, I definitely understand if it's like an issue that I have, you know. Like, I like to immerse myself in games trying to be realistic, and it's like my problem if that's not the case. I gotcha, Nemesis. Yeah, that might not be a bad idea, you know, to grab Mafia. I gotcha, Ethan. I mean, Origins is the perfect one to start the series with, I would say. At the very beginning of a Brotherhood. And yeah, I'm still surprised sometimes, you know, how well I still enjoy playing all of the AC games, really. Or at least most of them. But yeah, especially the story of these early ones is unmatched to me. But very true, fans who play the games but also love comics are more likely to read them. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But that's still a minority, it seems, I guess. Imagine knowing what happened to Juno. Yeah, imagine. That still sucked so much, you know, that you had to read a freaking comic to learn about that. Or you mean the grappling hook didn't make any sense, but you like to go wee while swinging like Spider-Man? That's fair. Yeah. I mean, definitely, you know. And sometimes the game is just a game. And it's about, like, you know, finding enjoyment and having fun. First and foremost. But, yeah, I guess for everybody it's, like, different. What people enjoy in games and what they expect a game to be. And that's definitely fine, as long as people are enjoying themselves while playing. I gotcha, Ethan. Yeah, that's understandable. You know, like having a game set where you are from would definitely kind of like raise your interest, I guess, in general. But speaking as somebody who isn't from Egypt, you know, I can definitely agree with you that it's like one of the best open world games that I've played. Which is so damn beautiful, you know, and so varied, I think. I really hate when people are kind of like complaining about Origins just being sand and desert, you know, because I think they couldn't be further away from that being the case. Especially if you look all the way to the east, you know, to like the Now Delta. And how lush everything is, you know. And the cities also being very unique from each other. You have such a cultural diversity too during that time, you know, like between the Greeks, the Egyptians, the Romans. That's something I was a bit missing in Odyssey, to be honest, you know. Odyssey was like so Greek focused. And you have very little amount of characters in the main game that weren't from Greece. And what I always liked in AC games is kind of like culture clashes, you know. And bring different like nations together. Now we had a bit of that with the Darius DLC with like Persia. But they could have for sure involved more of that in the main game too. I guess the only one that I actually remember right now who would be Persian was Artaxerxes, the Prince of Persia. Was actually a really refreshing character. I quite enjoyed talking to him. Yeah, that's fair, Aura. Yeah, sometimes you just wanna, you know, kind of experience the story too, you know, without having like a difficult time battling your way through a game. For me, if I wasn't streaming, then I probably wouldn't do these challenges, for example, you know. For me, it's like a way to give a playthrough kind of like unique character, I guess. But if I would just play for myself, I probably wouldn't even do like a stealth challenge like this, you know. I probably still try to like do individual missions stealthy, but for me, like the streaming aspect definitely adds to me wanting to do challenges, for instance, or like trying a harder difficulty sometimes. Yeah, same here, Rod, you know. I was like really curious to see what happens with Juno, and then, you know, after playing for Origins, I learned, nope, she's dead already. Hey Vefua, welcome in. Good morning. That's the dumbest thing you heard, Ethan. Yeah. Yeah, it really is, you know. I feel like Origins might be one of the most varied AC games with the environments, to be honest. And it's not just because of the nature, but what I also mentioned with like, you know, culture diversity, like, you know, comparing like Alexandria, for example, to Memphis, you know, it's like completely different architecture and culture behind it. Anakin Skywalker would agree with those fans. On Origins and Odyssey, you wish you could change how main characters look on console? Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately you would have to get it on PC and then like get a mod or something. Odyssey also seem to have the same 10 NPC models every city. Yeah. Yeah, that too. If they have the same voice actors and actresses. With like super generic dialogue sometimes. Yeah, I think it would have been a much better idea, Rod, you know, going for like a Darius DLC that actually makes us play as him, you know, in his like early days. What we've kind of like seen in the flashbacks, you know, would have been much more interesting than kind of like this family legacy questline. Especially since there's like no point, because Cassandra's living for freaking 2008 years and she doesn't have to get a kid to get to, you know, a bloodline to survive. You know, she's surviving herself. So there's like really no point in her having children. For the sake of like, you know, rational thought, because that's what she would do it for if you don't decide to do it out of love. And let's be real, you know, who could love Natakas? Nobody. yeah, I'm definitely gonna play, I'm definitely gonna be playing Origins. For this year's playthrough of AC, I will actually do all of the games developed by Ubisoft Montreal, which is AC1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3, Black Flag, Unity, Origins, and technically Valhalla, who I haven't decided yet if I'm gonna play Valhalla or not. It kind of depends how much time I will be having. For now I've only included Origins and excluded Valhalla, but that might change once I get to Origins and see how much time I have left in the year. But since I'm also doing the stealth challenge, that will certainly add to the amount of time I will be spending with Origins. I got your Nemesis. It's kind of funny because the actor for Alexis is actually Greek. I think he even grew up in Greece or something. Whereas I think the actress for Cassandra has Greek descendants but didn't grow up in Greece. I could be wrong on this, but I think I remember hearing about that in like interviews and stuff. So I guess technically he would speak Greek better, I would reckon, than Cassandra's voice actress. But I think what kind of like adds to Alexis' voice actor sounding a bit weird is kind of like how much he exaggerates, you know, the way he's talking. Now, honestly, I think in a weird way it fits with the character because the protagonist of Odyssey is just kind of like a bit of a brawler, kind of like brute-like character. I would at least argue. So for me it makes sense for them to talk also in that way a little bit more. But really, Alexis of course isn't Alexius the mercenary. So just the interpretation, I guess, of a female counterpart. Equivalent. So yeah, it's difficult, I guess. I really think would have been better if they just committed to a female character as the one and only. Ubisoft Quebec really shot them in the foot with their marketing with Odyssey, especially the romance options, and when you get your character forced with a partner and have it shout. Yeah. That's also the issue with like having different studios work on it, you know, because Quebec had like one vision, and then I think it was Singapore doing the DSC. So I'm not sure how much influence Quebec also had on that being written. But I mean, it's their job to oversee their game, right, and kind of like set things up in a way to work together, so... also to blame a little bit. But yeah, the game surely isn't all about choice, that's for sure. But you had to look, and apparently Milisanti Mahut, who plays Cassandra, is Canadian Greek. I gotcha. Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's fair, Nemesis. So personally, I really liked Valhalla. I was actually quite excited for the time because it's closer to AC1 and to the medieval times, of course. And also set between Origins and AC1, which made it like a good potential for connecting those two games together. So yeah, I enjoyed quite a bit about that game, like how it connected the different games together. And the idea behind the sages in that game and all that. It's not a game without issues though, because I think it's way too long and there's too much content for me at least. So doing like one playthrough is always like a huge time commitment, which sometimes I just don't wanna have to do, you know. Like even just doing the main story will leave you with at least 50 hours of gameplay. And I mean pretty much everybody's gonna do is, you know, at least a little bit of side content. So like 100 hours are almost like guaranteed on like a casual playthrough. which is crazy if you compare that to like Witcher 3, where you can like do like literally everything of the main game in like 100 hours or something. And that's like a huge game. So yeah, I think that's an issue with Valhalla. But apart from that, I've really enjoyed Valhalla. Yeah, I feel like the way Alexi's voice actor exaggerated was definitely fitting for the villain type, you know. So, yeah. Yeah, right, that's just a general issue with Assassin's Creed, and that's also one of the reasons why I only play Montreal games this year, because I really wanted to have like a consistent narrative for once. Because every year when I play these games, you know, I get to games like Rogue, or I get to Journey of King Washington, and then I have to like explain why things don't line up, and it also makes me a bit miserable because, you know, I love this series so much, and every time there's like an inconsistency or we just realize the developers didn't care, you know, simply didn't care about making the games work together. Yeah. I just didn't want to do that this year. Plus, spending less time, you know, with games that I don't enjoy as much as others. For those reasons. But yeah, it just works way better, you know, playing the Montreal games, I guess. Maybe with a few exceptions. There are, of course, games that work better with Montreal games than others. I would say Syndicate, or like, for example, the Dead Kings DLC, even Freedom Cry are definitely DLCs or games that I would say aren't Montreal, but work really well together. But when it comes to the other productions, I'm quite critical with how they make the lore work. Valhalla worst game ever. Yeah, it's interesting how controversial Valhalla has become across the fan base. I'm a bit conflicted about some aspects, but overall I really like Valhalla still. I got your Nemesis. Yeah, the DLCs also add so much time to Odyssey, it's crazy. And the base game already is like huge. But their Fate of Atlantis is like next level, you know, time investment for DLC. Especially since they kind of like force you into doing a lot of these side stuff too. In classical Ubisoft Quebec fashion. That's fair, Aura. I mean, I have probably roughly the same amount of hours in Valhalla. Maybe even more. Yeah, I mean, I've done 3 playthroughs so far, like 3 full-length playthroughs. My first one being like 250 hours. My second one being like 220. Then I've done another one with like 100 to 150. Plus another one that I started on the Animus project with like 60 hours, so... Yeah, I'm definitely past 600. Going towards 700 hours or something in Valhalla. And yeah, that's one of the reasons why I considered not playing it this year, because having spent so much time with this game in the last 3 years, you know, I remember quite well what happens there. Animal Crossing. Yeah, I mean, that's a game I guess you could also like kind of like play in the background a little bit, right? And the hours would just keep on adding on top of each other. Yeah, it definitely can be exhausting and also just frustrating, you know, like... Especially, you know, if it is considered to be canon, even though it just doesn't make any sense. I bet too, you know, like it definitely makes it feel a bit fresher. Like always playing them in like different orders or like with different challenges really makes it feel like unique as well. Yeah, Freedom Cry was good. I really liked that. And ironically, it's actually developed by Ubisoft Quebec. Even written by at least one of the writers of Odyssey. I wouldn't say, you know, it was like the best writing ever, but I think it was really solid, and especially the way they've written Arrivederci and how they like worked out the struggles of the slaves and everything. I have to give props to Quebec for that one. I think together with Syndicate was definitely the best AC experiences so far they have released. Yeah, Fate of Atlantis is another example for kind of like DLCs that just don't make any sense, you know. Or they even conflict with stuff they have set up in the main game, you know. Like for instance, like how Apple of Eden work. We can clearly see that they are illusions in the main game, right? When we fight the Sphinx, for instance. Or Medusa. And that people have kind of like had the Apple of Eden and got corrupted by them to create like the illusion of a monster, you know. But then Fate of Atlantis comes around and they're saying, no, actually the Apple of Eden has transformed the DNA of a human to become like part human, part monster. And those monsters were actually real. Like in flesh, they're real. And you're like, okay, so monsters are now part of the AC lore, yeah? It's such bullshit, and I refuse to consider it being canon. I just refuse. That's never how Apple of Eden have worked, and totally against anything that any AC game before has established about it. And it even conflicts with what they have said and showcased in the main game, so yeah. Short rant about Fate of Atlantis, but that's what I think about it. But you think Dawn of Ragnarok is a waste of a DLC and they would have been better off making a third DLC before was an Ava's journey to move to America? Yeah, I agree. Like it would have been definitely better to have more focus on Eivor, you know, rather than more fantasy Odin stuff. Yeah, I bet Aura. But you could spend a lot of hours there. So, do you mind explaining, Nemesis, why you don't want to check out Norse myth games? Especially if you liked God of War? Since the newest ones have also been kind of like showcasing Norse mythology? Or you still don't think it made any sense for Eivor, but whatever, you didn't write it. Yeah. Yeah, I played like one playthrough of Forgotten Saga, and wow, I kind of like liked it gameplay wise, you know, it was definitely a bit of fun that I had. It's just a grindy mode, you know, and I feel like Valhalla has enough grindy modes already with like, you know, the river raids and just like the gameplay loop in general across all DLCs, you know, like I don't need to have more content than that. But then it's kind of like an endless mode that you can like replay over and over and over and over and over. And you have to do it too if you want to get like all of the items outside the Forgotten Saga. So yeah, just wasn't for me. Yeah, I mean, if they keep on going with that logic rod, you know, then they will probably create like demons and monsters Japanese style and just pretend like they're real now as well. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but I mean, it's not unlikely. Any idea what engine is being used in AC Mirage? I'm not sure, actually. I mean, I know that Ubisoft created like a new engine, which, for example, the Avatar game is based on. But I have no idea if that's the one they use for you know, Assassin's Creed Mirage. Because so far, the AC games have always been released on the same engine with like updates, right? Like at the beginning it was Envo engine, and then it became Envo Engine 2 with Unity. And they even used the same engine that Unity was based on for Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla, believe it or not. So maybe they have now worked on Envo Engine 3, or maybe Mirage is still set on that Envo Engine 2, because I think it would make sense for them to go with Envo Engine 2, especially if they want to be inspired by Unity, because they could technically use the same engine, update the textures and graphics, and then use, like, for example, the movement system from Unity. They could technically do that. But yeah, it's a question of if we will or not, I guess. But I think it wouldn't make much sense for them to choose another engine, because it would just mean they have to rewrite so much code. And Ubisoft, of course, doesn't want to do more effort than necessary. Yeah, that's another thing, Rod, you know, like the copy-paste kind of like factor. You know, just like reskinning an enemy type or something, putting them in the DLC with like a different clothing and calling it a day, you know. So personally, I will wait until the gameplay launches for Mirage. And I'm gonna definitely look into reviews before the game launches. And I'm gonna listen to people that I trust, I guess. And if they say, you know, it's like a worthy AC game, like lore-wise and gameplay-wise, then I'm probably gonna get it day one. If not, then I won't get it whatsoever. But yeah, I'm not making a decision yet, and I definitely won't pre-order the game before I don't know what's actually happening, you know? Because Ubisoft can say a lot. But that doesn't mean it's actually gonna happen, I guess. Anyways, lots of talk. Let's go ahead and actually continue with this mission here. I left Mario waiting for too long.
Look familiar?
On their codex pages.
Yes. Your father managed to find and translate a few before he...
Here.
This is not your father's work. Someone else has translated it.
Leonardo da Vinci, a friend.
Do you see the way the words cross from one page to the next?
There is something underneath it all. Some kind of map. Where is it supposed to lead?
Your father and I managed to make out bits of a prophecy scrawled across these pages. It was written by an assassin like us, who long ago held a piece of Eden. His name was Altair. He spoke of something powerful and ancient hidden beneath the land.
What is it?
What indeed? Solving that little mystery is exactly why we collected these pages.
Then let me help. It's time I take on my father's work. All of it. I start with the page I took from Vieri. Leonardo will decode it for us.
Bene. Return here when time permits, and we'll add it to the wall.
Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
Bene. By now the princess will be in another castle. It's me. Oh yeah. Mario's hair never went out of style. Up until today. Yeah, I guess we can just all watch Maxi play Mirage and then decide if we like it or not. Since he's already pre-ordered the deluxe edition, I guess. Or like collector's edition. So if you want to do so, go ahead and leave a follow at Maxi's. No worries, Rod. Take your time. And yeah, no worries either, Maxi. Alright, I need to go to the viewpoint here. That's the reason I've waited getting the viewpoint, because the game kind of like makes you get it. Nice, Maxi. I'm looking forward to see you play that one. Especially if I shouldn't play day one myself. Okay, time to find some codex pages. Here's number 1. This is some X-Files music. I've never actually watched X-Files, but it's a show I always wanted to watch. Because there's so many actors that have been on there that I just love watching. Oh, nice. Found the last statue. Oh yeah. Now we have all of them. But David Duchovny, of course, being like one of the major guys in there. I really love his acting too. I don't know who of you has seen Californication, but he absolutely knocked it out of the park in that one. You had to order food, Surf. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a common issue over here, you know. Like, people start talking about food and then I'm getting hungry. And then I'm talking about what I'm making for dinner and then others get hungry. It's a cycle of getting hungry and making others hungry. What did you order, Surf? A la tacos. A la taco.
Hey, hey!
We'll check on Claudia. I bet Mola. Especially also with Gigi there, you know. I know how much she loves talking about whatever she's cooking. still haven't decided what we're gonna be making for dinner today, but it's probably gonna be a pasta with tomato sauce, kind of like base. I love pasta so much.
Salute, Claudia.
Our uncle is un mostro. This is outrageous.
What's happened?
He's making me work. If Father was here, I'd never be stuck behind a desk like this.
And what are the terms of this supposed enslavement?
Since someone decided we're going to stay here, Zio Mario suggested we try and find the money to repair the villa. Problem is, there isn't any.
I bet I can bring in some money.
Oh, great. More work for me. Well, benissimo. If you start paying for improvements to the town, I'll keep track of them in this book. And since I have nothing better to do, I'll also make note of any objects you bring in from the outside. If you actually get this place up and running, travelers might visit and spend money. Although I doubt anyone will want to come this far out of the city. But if they do, I'll keep the money we make in this chest. You're going to have to show up to take it to the bank yourself. Because when it gets full, I'm just going to take the extra cash for myself. Capito?
Deal.
And there we are. The renovation system.
I need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Indeed. We need to spend all the money so we are not poor anymore. And so we can afford some food. And a doctor who can make us healthy again. So what's interesting is every single thing you collect, right? Like even feathers you deliver, raise the wealth and value of Monteleone. Even like collecting weapons and armor sets and stuff. Serve a Korean barbecue burger with cheese and loaded fries. Damn. That sounds damn delicious. I haven't really eaten a lot of Korean food until recently, but now that I have eaten a bit more of it, I really, really love it. So I can only imagine how delicious a Korean barbecue burger would be. Yeah, I guess like, welcome to 2023, inflation time. Calm down, Jennifer Kenway. I mean Claudia. Also Petruccio. Nemesis, your lady friend makes a salmon pasta. That's also nice. I do love salmon pasta. Especially with like spinach and cream. Quite a nice combo. Java was a nice Italian restaurant with a good pasta in the city, but they closed their stores and kept only the ones in Athens. Damn. That sucks. I love me a good Italian restaurant. Was it because of like COVID times, or when was it like closed? Oh, nice Nemesis. I love gyros. There's a rice dish called Dokboki, which is delicious. Yeah, that's one that Levi has been also telling me about, and that she really wants to try with me at some point. I haven't had it yet, but yeah, she was like raving about it. How do I feel about AC Red and will I get it? I probably won't get it. Knowing that Ubisoft Quebec is really is like developing it, and that it will also kind of like kind of like is tailored towards those who love the RPG games, which for me is only like partially the case. So I'm just gonna wait and see how people will enjoy it. Maybe I get it at some point, but definitely won't be a day one purchase for me. If we talk about Hexe though, that one I'm definitely more open about, because it sounds really unique. I want to innovate with it a lot, and it's also Montreal working on it, so all of that are reasons for me to be intrigued in it. Ah, very nice Nemesis. I gotcha, Harbinger. Yeah, hopefully you can find another one that will be at least as good. Yeah, she does, Maxi. There's so much food I learned about through Levy. It's just absolutely delicious. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think an RPG that's actually focusing on assassin mechanics could definitely work. You know. If they actually decide to, you know, kind of like create that assassin fantasy properly, you know. And most importantly, make it make sense, you know. It's still kind of like RPG, but still immersing yourself in it. Because, I mean, if we look at AC2, you know, like AC2 is also having RPG mechanics, you know. With like stats attached to your damage and health and armor. You have certain abilities that only unlock during certain parts of a story and stuff. You're definitely also customizing a bit your gameplay style if you want to. But none of it takes away from immersing yourself in the game. I feel like anything that's gonna be released that's like bigger at Ubisoft will kind of like be very important to them, because they're just really struggling financially right now. So they need some big titles, and for them to be successful, like in general. Otherwise, the day is gonna get closer where somebody else is gonna be interested in buying parts of Ubisoft. Which can happen sooner rather than later. And that might also change the future of, you know, a franchise like Assassin's Creed and others they have. You still have no idea what kind of games Infinity and Red are supposed to be, Donna. So Infinity is more like a platform, I guess, rather than a game. And via that platform we want to kind of like give you like multiple DLC, you could say. So you get like Infinity that's supposed to be free, I think. And then via Infinity you can get like, for example, a story about, I don't know, like the Mongol invasion of Japan, for instance, you know. And it's like a shorter game of like 20 to 50 hours or so. And you can play it via Infinity. And then they will have like another studio at the same time working on another setting. With the same engine that's gonna be released via Infinity. So essentially want to make Infinity the main platform for future AC titles, from which you can access the different products, I guess. And yeah, Assassin's Creed Red is its own game, I guess. That one we already know about will be in feudal Japan. Where you play as kind of like a ninja shinobi style character, I think. With like deeper RPG mechanics, I guess. But that's all we know, really. They haven't released much more information on it. Yeah, that's true, Rod. You know, like they would definitely try to blame it on it being like a classic AC game and then find a reason not to make any more of them. Which would be, yeah, really sad. Yeah, like honestly, I'm not even opposed to somebody taking Ubisoft over necessarily, because it can mean like a new beginning and, you know, like putting people in charge that might be better suited even, you know, to keep on working on franchises like Assassin's Creed. I mean, having somebody also take over the company, like, or at least like parts of it, doesn't of course mean that all the employees will be like replaced or something, you know. Maybe they would also like move away from like the multi-studio approach and just have like one working on most of the games. Which is how it was in the beginning. Have like one studio that oversees all the games. And then have like the others assist that one studio. But only one is really like in charge. Yeah, Rockstar taking over AC. I'm not sure how I would feel about that. But yeah, we can definitely expect that they would take their time though. But honestly, I'm always impressed by how well the AC games, or how good they are, considering they've been released like on a yearly basis pretty much, right? I mean, it's pretty damn impressive if you think about it. Like, obviously, they haven't only worked on these games for like a year, you know, but being able to release them on a yearly basis was definitely impressive. But it also meant they had to take shortcuts. But I just hope that the people who have worked on AC for a longer time will still stay with it, because they're really needed, I think, to bring a certain consistency to the franchise. And the more we lose of them, I think the less likely it's gonna be that it's having that authenticity that I myself am at least am craving.
Buongiorno. Is there something wrong?
Ser Mario hired me to deal with this mess, but I'm an architetto, not a miracle worker. Without money, I can't fix any of these buildings.
And if someone brought you money?
Then we'd be in business. You must be Ser Ezio. Am I right?
Uncle! I like this architetto!
He gets very observant when he can smell money.
If you want to fix up this town, I'm going to need it. I have a price list here for new shops and renovations. Just bring me gold, make a choice, and I'll begin at once. If I build you a shop, you, as the landlord, can purchase goods there at lower rates. If you invest more money in the shop, you get an even greater discount. As for renovations, well, you'll be bringing the town and villa back to life. As Ser Mario tells me, that was very important to your great-great-grandfather. Plus, when you buy shops and renovations, you'll be increasing the number of people who visit, causing your income to increase. So, let's take a look, shall we?
Let's take a look at the list, shall we? But it could also mean the new company reboots completely and erases what has come before. That's true as well, yeah. Yeah, that could definitely happen. It's kind of like reinvent the series, really. Okay, I'm gonna go and start by getting a tailor.
Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
I'm also gonna go and get the art merchant. I'm gonna get the bank. And then I'm gonna go and get the church. Actually the well, that's more important.
Buon viaggio!
That's true as well, Rod, you know. Like, yeah. With somebody you know that you might not be too fond of, you at least know what to expect sometimes. And you also know that they wouldn't, you know, do something that somebody who takes over as a new, you know, person in charge or whatever, or company would likely be doing. How do I think about CD Projekt Red handling AC? I wouldn't want that, to be honest. I feel like they have enough on their hands with Witcher and Cyberpunk and what they're working on there. And I mean, I love the writing of Witcher 3, you know, but I don't really see them. I can't really see them making AC games, to be honest. Especially since they're so focused on like RPG aspects as well, right? They're less into action adventure and really more into like action RPGs. But I mean, they could probably do a pretty good Assassin's Creed RPG game, at least. I'm not sure CD Projekt Red can squeeze out a mediocre AC. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and talk to Mario.
Ezio, my boy. I think it's time I showed you something.
Yeah, that would be a good approach, I think, as well, Rod, you know. Maybe have like one studio and just give them time, you know, to work on games for multiple years. Which would ensure that, you know, the games are well connected and we really have like more of a consistency.
This is the Sanctuary. It was built by my great-grandfather to honor the memory of the Assassin Order and protect its secrets. Look around. These are the assassins who guarded the freedom of humanity when it was most threatened. And this is the armor of Altair. Little is known about Altair's life, but his armor is light and very strong. I'd give it to you, but I don't know how to retrieve it. My great-grandfather told me it would remain locked away until all its protectors were made whole. I heard rumors of crypts located throughout Italia, hidden tombs filled with treasure, where these six were moved centuries ago. Maybe they have something to do with it. In my younger days, I sought the six myself, with no success. Perhaps you will have better luck.
In order to achieve perfect synchronization with Ezio, you have to get that armor.
What's the matter with you, Altair? Always reminds me of the dialogue between Desmond and Rebecca in Brotherhood. Because this is the point where they will have their enemies set up in Brotherhood in modern day. Then you can go with Desmond to Altair and say, what's the matter you, Altair? And Rebecca's like, that's racist. And Desmond's like, you're racist? Yeah, Brotherhood had some unique dialogue for the modern day, that's for sure. Some pretty funny conversations though. To kill or not to kill? What about BioWare doing AC aka EA? Yeah, we should probably just make the team behind FIFA and those kind of games work on AC. So you have like a deep card trading system with random loot box systems, microtransactions, and the only way to unlock cosmetics and weapons is through that system. And when you get like daily season objectives and you know, kind of like you know, have to grind off that on a daily basis logging in, I think that would be a great idea. What? Megaslack? Never. I'm always the happy, cheery guy. I would never be frustrated with anything. So, we have a sanctuary with 7 assassins who have been extremely prominent and important for what the assassins stood for. We have the statue of Leonius, the male Roman assassin. He stabbed Caligula with a dagger. Eutany, the female Babylonian assassin. She poisoned Alexander the Great. Amunet, the female Egyptian assassin. She killed Cleopatra with a snake. So that actually got retconned, and supposedly she got killed with poison instead. Nor do we ever really see Amunet having like a snake companion or anything like that. And I think how it actually happens is that Amunet doesn't even kill Cleopatra necessarily. She gives the poison to Cleopatra. And then Cleopatra decides to kill herself with it. I think that's how it happened now canonically in AC lore. But yeah, Amunet of course is a major character in Origins. She's first got Aya and is the wife to Bayek of Siwa. And then later she takes on the name Amunet as a reference to the gods Amun and Amunet, the male and female versions of Amun, who are the hidden ones, quite literally. Wai Yu, the male Chinese assassin, he used a spear to kill the first Chinese emperor, Qin Shi Huang. Darius, the male Persian assassin, he used his hidden blade to kill Xerxes, and this was the first recorded use of the hidden blade. That's of course something we have seen in the Legacy of the First Blade DLC in Odyssey. However, it didn't actually use the hidden blade on the wrist side, but rather on the outside of a blade. Which makes it a not so hidden blade, I guess. And we have Gulangar, the male Mongolian assassin. He used a bow and arrow to shoot Genghis Khan's horse. I like the typo there. Genghis Khan. And yeah, apparently he would also work together with Altair, Maria and their sons, Karim and Seth. Bethesda should be working on an Oblivion remaster. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. I'm sure lots of people would love that. But in your head canon, theirs was posthumously inducted as an assassin long after his death, which is why there's a statue of him there. That makes sense, you know. And I think that could definitely be the case if I kind of like saw in Darius somebody who wasn't part of the Brotherhood, because it didn't exist yet. But because of his actions and what he stood for, as well as of course being the first wielder of the Hidden Blade, having a big importance of the Brotherhood regardless, you know. Meanwhile, you're waiting for an AC1 remaster? Yeah. I really wonder when that's gonna happen, because they have definitely teased it already. I've never played Dragon Age Inquisition, to be honest. I never played any of the Dragon Age games, but I heard good things about them. Loaded fries are spicy and have jalapenos. I love it so much. Like loaded fries with jalapenos and cheese and stuff. Delicious. But yeah, jalapenos really can have a kick sometimes. Even though we're not even that high on the Scavo kind of like table. But you fear the issue some have with Darius being considered an assassin could have easily been explained in one of the later games, which would have been a perfect epilogue to Darius DLC in Odyssey if they had done one. That's true. Yeah, and I mean, we shouldn't take these statues too literal, right? Because, I mean, it's not like they have ever seen the historical characters, right? They just have, like, writings and tellings of them. And then, you know, Dominique Auditore created these statues, how he saw them from what he knows about them, right? Like, even when it comes to Amunet and how she looks like. Yeah, Mass Effect has been already redeemed on the game list, at least the first game. So I'm gonna be playing it eventually. But yeah, there's still quite a few other games that I want to get to first before I play Mass Effect. I gotcha, Seraph. Yeah, that's definitely a problem sometimes with jalapenos. If there's like too many. Okay, now we have Neptune and... who's the other guy? Neptune and Pluto. Two brothers rest here. One resides fathoms deep, the other at the end of time. Let's see if I can get the last part of the leather set now. Exactly, Rod. I think it always helps, you know, if you try to put yourself in the shoes of the character you're playing, instead of trying to see it only from your side, I guess. One of the leather sets is kind of like missing. I wonder why. Never mind.
Another time, then.
Ah, very nice, Ethan. How are you liking the Plague Tale game so far? I've really enjoyed the first one. I haven't played the sequel yet, though. Yeah, I feel like there's also potential to have an AC1 remaster. They could also like include the Bloodline story, which I think would be great as a DLC. And also like refine some of the mechanics, you know, like make the parkour work a bit better, I guess. Not having like bugs like the invisible wall thing. Which can definitely annoy a little bit when playing AC1 sometimes. It definitely is, yeah. Yeah, it's a really dark game, for sure. But personally I really enjoyed that atmosphere of Plague Tale. But yeah, it's heavy for sure. But yeah guys, so this is gonna be where we will call it today for AC2. Because there's still a few things I have to do to prepare for my vacation, which will start tomorrow. which means that I won't be streaming until the 30th of February. I'm gonna take a break until then. And yeah, then we're gonna come back to AC2 again, and also to more of Pokemon Black, which we already finished yesterday with the main story, but there's still a bit more content left in that game. So yeah, we're gonna dive back into these two games on my return. But shortly afterwards we should be able to finish Pokemon Black and then make a start on a new game. But yeah, I'll be gone for quite a bit, so it's gonna be a longer break, but I'm definitely looking forward to it too. It's gonna be cool to do some shing again. I couldn't do it last year because of COVID and everything. So yeah, even more excited now to be able to do it this year. But yeah, I want to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining me already in this year for January. And for this beginning of the annual series playthrough. We're gonna pick up with this in mid-February again. And yeah, then I might also focus a bit more on AC to get through the Ezio trilogy a bit faster. And focus on playing that a bit more back-to-back. But yeah, really excited, for sure. Thanks also to everybody who was here today, and for all the support too. Thanks, Donna. I appreciate it. Thank you also for the follow earlier, and for sticking with us. You take care too, Nemesis. Thanks for joining. I hope you enjoy the salmon pasta later. Thank you so much, Rod. I hope you also have a great week and lots of fun over the weekend, especially with some AC1. But chances are that I'm gonna be able to tune in into some of your streams while I'm on vacation, so hopefully I get to catch some of it. But yeah, if I'm not talking to you this week, then I will talk to you very, very soon for sure. Thanks, Maxi. I hope you have a good weekend and a good next week too. Cheers, Ethan. Thank you also for joining today and for being part of the discussions. Hope you have lots of fun with Plague Tale and your continuation of that series as well.
Requiescat in pace.
Requiescat in pace. No worries whatsoever, Aura. Thank you also for being here, as always. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have fun playing some more AC. And with AC I mean Animal Crossing. Catch you next time, Harbinger. Thanks also for being here. Sir, thank you for the stream, and remember, always blame Maxi. Always. That's the first thing I tell myself when I wake up in the morning. It's like, it's a good day to blame Maxi. I don't know what for yet, but I'm sure I'm gonna find a reason.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
It's like...
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
That's Maxi right now. But yeah, let's have a look and see who's online, shall we? We can raid today. Lots of friends online today. Definitely Mola. Yeah, we got hit picks. We got Lucinda, Ronnie is playing, and a couple more people that I follow. I think I'm gonna go say hi to Lucinda today. She's doing some Fallout. Doing a very hard difficulty playthrough. So yeah, if you would like to join for the raid, Maxi has also posted some raid emotes in chat. Before we go on raid outflow, I want to give a couple shoutouts to some fellow streamers. So yeah, if you would like to check out some streamers of the community, I recommend checking out Rod, Maxi, Mola, and Ronnie. Rod has been doing a bit of Shadow of a Tomb Raider today, where he's doing a no-death challenge. So basically playing through the entire game without dying even once. And if he dies, he has to restart the entire playthrough. He's also playing lots of AC, currently with AC1 on the weekend, doing a no-hut or flag collection playthrough. Also check out Maxi. Maxi has just recently finished the Dead Kings DLC for Unity. And I think your next AC game is gonna be Syndicate then, Maxi? Unless you're skipping that, because I think you're not too fond of Syndicate, are you? Yes, indeed. Nice. So yeah, if you wanna have a look at some Syndicate, then definitely check out Maxi's future streams. Also check out Mola. Mola has been playing some Grounded and is doing like lots of community games on the weekends with Couscous Duck and the likes. He's also been playing some Black Flag recently, as well as the DLC Freedom Cry. And also check out Ronnie, who's been playing Marvel Spider-Man. He just recently finished the main game and is now on to playing the DLC content. He's also a massive fan of Rockstar games and also plays the AC games every now and then. So yeah, I'm sure you would also enjoy that if you enjoy watching me play AC. That's no worries. More than happy to give you guys some shoutouts. You still love the game though? Fair enough. Yeah, I usually definitely have a good time with Syndicate whenever I play it. But yeah, let's go ahead and start a raid to Lucinda. And yeah, I hope everyone is having a good start into your weekend. I will catch you guys in 1.5 weeks. So until then, take care, enjoy life, and see you all very, very soon.
Some dirt in your eye. I missed the part where that's my problem.
Citizen!